Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Skyward Sword Any Percent No Back in Time TAS reveal by Big Ben.
Hello.
Hello, Big Ben. How you doing?
Doing well, thanks. How about you?
I'm also doing good. I'm very excited to see what we have in store for this task today. So, I guess just before we press the play button, was curious to know how long did it take you to make this task?
Took me about 4.5 months. I started on June 14th of this year.
Okay. And is this, I guess, did you have any experience with tassing in general before? Because as far as I know, this is your first Skyward Sword task.
Yeah, I did a few ILs. I did a boss rush task and a fire sanctuary task last year. Um, Learned some of the movement optimization, stuff like that. So I had a little
Oh,
bit of
okay.
experience going into it, but I learned a lot of things while making this to make it a lot easier.
All right. Very cool. Yeah, I think I now remember those Skykeep and Fire Sanctuary tasks. So yeah, excited to see those skills put to use for a pretty long full game run.
Yeah, it will be quite long, so get a snack.
Yeah, if anyone remembers, the any percent task for this game was around 47 minutes. Uh, Without back in time, it is going to take just a smidge longer, in case
Yeah,
anyone's
just a little bit.
curious. So for commentary today, we have myself, and we also have Pernicus and Yao. How you guys both doing?
Yeah, I'm very excited, so I'm doing very good. I'm very happy to see non-back in time shenanigans. Uh, I'm mostly known for doing a bunch of bit shenanigans, so non-bit shenanigans are good now to also see. Yeah, so I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm also very excited. It's been nice to see because Big Ben has been sort of putting some partial progress videos in the Discord over the past few months, and it's been always nice to see like one crazy segment. And so now we get to see it all culminating into one big run. Um, I also don't really dabble that much in no bit, uh, so I'm definitely excited to see how this turns out. Also, did you guys know that this game turned 14 years old, like this week?
Yeah, I think
Happy
that's
birthday to
correct.
Skyward Sword.
Happy birthday to Skyward Sword. It's now an edgy teenager.
Yeah,
All right, well, uh, this test is going to be a bit long, so I think we can strap ourselves in and hit the play button. Does that sound good to you guys?
Yep.
yes.
Yep.
All right, here we go. Of course, we have to start off with knowing that we must be safe while using the Wii Remote, even when tassing. It's always important.
Yeah, so a task always starts up from console boot up and ends at the final input.
Make sure to be strapped in, everybody.
Oh wow, we're playing on file 2.
Only the best categories start on file 2.
Of course.
But yeah, we will also be running on hero mode because hero mode allows us to skip cutscenes like this here. Otherwise, this intro section would take like at least a couple minutes. I don't remember how long those cutscenes are.
Too long.
So we started off there with a little brake slide. I'll explain later how those work, but basically they let you preserve high speed out of a roll or a dash, so very useful.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing quite a lot of that. Just because we're going to be moving everywhere, obviously, and it's just a movement technique that saves time almost anywhere. I think there are like like it generally saves the most time on flat ground or going up slopes, not as much time going down slopes, just because of the internal specifics of how it works.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, I think rolls are technically always the fastest, but you don't have infinite stamina, so you need to like.
Yeah, I think I did the math on this. They're the exact same speed as brake sliding, but they use a lot of stamina. So really only use them
Okay.
going down slopes or use them in places where I have a lot of stamina to use.
Makes sense.
Yeah, in like RTA context, you can see brake sliding, but they're usually used either in places where going forward would make you go slower, or let's say you're doing your one last roll and you run out of stamina, but you need to go a little bit farther. You can reposition your stick and press Z to do a little brake slide with the last roll.
So did a little C-up brake slide there. You can actually go in first person while brake sliding and turn while moving, which is very useful.
Very cool.
And yeah, the kind of brake sliding that we see here, as Yao mentioned, is absolutely not something that you really ever see RTA, because the precision with which you need to move the control stick to do this kind of brake sliding is not really human viable without like either pausing first or doing it during a roll.
Yeah. So the only reason I'm brake sliding here is because it preserves stamina. So now we're gonna get the practice sword. And a little
Also-
quick thing to mention, whenever I'm opening doors, you'll see that I try to get basically inside where you're, like the range where you can open a door. Like the closer you are to that range where you're supposed to open the door, the faster it will open. So I basically got within 0.5 units of the position and matched the angle perfectly. So it's very precise to open a door quickly.
And so with the practice sword, I'm very excited to see what the combat's gonna be like in this task, because the 80% task already has some neat combat, but this is gonna go through significantly more of the game.
Yeah, you will see some crazy combat in this run. Won't spoil anything, but it's pretty crazy.
Forgot this cutscene existed. Been so long since I've done a Wii category that gets the practice sword.
Yeah, I don't think it's possible to skip this cutscene. I looked for it, but I don't think it's possible.
Ooh, sideways brake slide. Very nice.
Yeah, that sign is really annoying.
Oh, that
If
yeah,
you
that
brake
makes
slide normally, you'll
sense.
target it. So, gonna do some rolls here. Roll into the cutscene trigger.
Yeah, one of the interesting sort of stamina mechanics, also nice bonk,
Yeah, that's the
uh,
fastest way to get in there.
in Skyward Sword is that the last quarter of the stamina wheel actually depletes at only, I think it's half the rate of the first 3 quarters. So a lot of the time here, we're essentially just going to be using up the last quarter of the stamina wheel when possible, because we get... we essentially... because it refills at the same rate as the other 3 quarters, so you get essentially like a 2-for-1 deal on the last quarter of the stamina wheel.
Yeah, for the most part with brake sliding, you won't really see me needing to worry about stamina, but later on, especially in Elden, I will have to refill my stamina to full, because you can't brake slide up like sand slopes. It'll
Yeah,
just
like-
kick you off instantly. If
Also,
you
nice
could, it would
cutscene
save
skip.
minutes. Yeah, that's very precise. You will not see that done RTA.
Yeah, any slope that's... or any surface that's slippery, you can't brake slide up.
Yeah.
Alright. Time
the
for
walkthrough
some.
tutorial is yeah. I actually did manage to improve this over Darmabi's TAS.
Oh,
Um,
interesting.
There's actually a variable amount of time that the text takes. Like, there's a few text boxes, and one of them takes a variable amount of time to appear, and you can manipulate that to be as short as possible, which lets you finish the text boxes faster.
Okay,
So,
interesting.
that.
Is it one of the last, like the second to last one that appeared there?
Yeah, if you saw the one, there was a little pause between it. It was that one. I manipulated
yeah.
that to come up faster.
So is it RNG or
Yeah,
like,
I think
just...
it's RNG. I'm not
Ah.
sure though.
I always assumed it was like sometime after you did your first flap and turn after the other text box ended.
Yeah, I'm not sure the specifics, but I know I saved time, so. And did a frame perfect, or 2-frame side up there to skip the Loftwing ceremony cutscene. Saves like 2 minutes, something like that.
Yeah, whenever there's a save prompt followed by a cutscene, you do have a couple frames where you can move before the cutscene starts. And in this case, the cutscene trigger is so small that you can just side hop out of it, so...
It's really nice, because usually Skyward Sword has giant areas for their triggers, but...
Yeah, I don't know why that one specifically is so small.
But that's nice.
Had to
Nice.
dodge the flying eggs, or whatever they are.
I still don't understand the hitboxes for those flying eggs, I swear.
Yeah, I tried to manipulate them, but I just had to change my flight pattern a little bit to not get hit. And this is super precise. Landing here, I'm not even on it.
I believe that that Silkcloth time is faster than a lot of very good, at least Switch 1 Silkcloth times in HD.
Yeah. And HD loads and text probably save 45 minutes or so throughout the entire run. So, quite a lot of time. That along with Amiibo saves a lot.
Yeah. HD doesn't have the wing ceremony cutscene skip, though.
True. But
Now we
text is so
got-
fast you can mash through it in like 30 seconds, I think.
Yeah.
Doing some more brake sliding.
Was that a momentary first person near the statue just like to avoid targeting it?
Yeah, exactly.
I see.
So whenever there's very few cases where I don't do a first person brake slide when I'm close to something targetable. Because targeted brake slides lose a lot of speed.
Yeah, so that was
Yeah,
an
like you
example
see,
right there of a slippery slope that you can't
Yeah.
brake slide up.
I could brake slide up the less steep part, but at the end you actually had to run up it. You couldn't brake slide or else you'd slip. Doing some stamina management to be able to roll there.
But also, yeah, I guess in case anyone was unaware, this task was done on Dolphin emulator, and I don't think we have the software / technology made to replay it on a real Wii.
No.
So
I mean, theoretically you could do this with a controller.
it's true, and well, I guess we haven't proved that some of the, like, in theory, some of the movements might not be physically possible to move, like...
You might need to be the Flash to do some of the sword moves.
I was just gonna say,
Yeah.
I wonder, like if you have like the Wiimote fully opposite side of like orientation, like the level of acceleration you'd have to do to move that in 1/30th of a second.
Yeah.
And we just also picked up the God of Swords, so now we can Skyward Strike, which is very useful. Because since this is hero mode, the Skyward Strike power is actually equivalent to a Master Sword power Sword Slash, which is, what, 8 times the power of the Goddess Sword Slash?
Mm,
4
yeah, I think
times.
so. 4 times. Yeah, so it
And
can
it
one-shot
charges
most
faster.
enemies.
Yeah.
That too, yeah. And it
Charges
does more
faster.
range.
Yeah, travels very far.
all
Hero mode's
very
just really
nice
useful in
things.
Skyward Sword, unlike other games. Yeah, so you can hear that I targeted for a few frames, because, as Jim said, you have a few frames to do any input after a save prompt. And that goes for any save prompt, I think, in the whole game.
And we got the adventure pouch. I think the only thing we're going to be collecting in the adventure pouch is a shield and bottles.
Yep.
If I'm guessing correctly. At least that's what the regular speedrun does.
Yep.
I can't imagine getting the bug medal would be very useful.
I actually considered buying a stamina potion because of how much time I would save in Fire Sanctuary, but I timed it not to be worth it. Comparing to my old Fire Sanctuary TAS I did. It only saved like 20 seconds. No, I think it saved like 10 seconds, I think. But the text to get that stamina potion took more than 10 seconds.
Right.
And you need to route in money for it.
Well, that maybe it would be an issue, but I don't know.
I mean, for a task,
Probably
you
RNG.
probably would find like random moments to.
Yeah, I could probably
Gain
just cut
few.
a single blade of grass and get like 20 rupees.
Yeah,
Or
during
not a
like
single, like a patch
There's
of grass.
this 20 rupees in cistern. And
Yeah. Something I did have to route in pretty carefully was slingshot and bomb drops.
Yeah.
Unlike other games, you can only get slingshot and bomb refills from barrels or grass, so kind of had to find fast ways to get those, because they are very useful.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're
So-
jumping off the loft wing, and also mashing Z
Oh, yeah,
every
the
other
target
frame. Yeah, there's a cutscene trigger around the Farron pillar the first time you go to it, and if you jump off the loft wing and then just dive to the Farron pillar, that allows you to skip the cutscene.
I didn't know the Gwei just freezes in place there, too.
Yeah, so when I was playing back this task, I was kind of disappointed with how sloppy the first 13 minutes were. So I actually went back and redid it. So you're gonna see this section here is a little like less optimal than the previous sections.
Very nice, not having to jump attack past the Babas.
Yep. And jump attack into the void.
Yep.
Waiting a
With
little
our-
faster.
Presumably 15 hertz Z presses during the fall.
Always love some target spam.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't-
someone's asking how much time shield saves in the TAS. It saves a lot of time. Like, probably a minute, if I had to guess.
that is actually a very considerable amount, yeah.
Yeah.
It saves a lot of time in the Stallmaster fight in Ancient Cistern, and
Oh, that's right, yeah.
I'm trying to think of some
Skyview,
other. I
maybe,
know it
this
saves time.
Someone's fight.
Skirvo?
No, I'd never use shield in Skirbo. I actually equip
Oh.
shield, but then I figured out you don't need it.
I see. Stalfos in Skyview is also I use shield.
Oh, actually, I did a different strat that doesn't use shield.
Nice.
It also saves time and demise. But
Oh, yeah. That's true.
no, I didn't use it in Gear Ham either.
Wow.
I did use it in Gear Ham 3. It's useful there.
Oh yeah, that's yeah.
But the first two I didn't, because it's faster not to.
Mhm.
The reason why I don't want to equip shield most of the time is because after you slash, if you input like a nunchuck shake to like shield bash, The slash will just be cancelled immediately, so you can walk faster out of it. But if you had shield equipped, then you would do a shield bash. So it's called fake shield bashing. So that's why I don't want to have it equipped most of the time.
Makes sense. Also, we're picking up a bottle here because a bottle is required for getting into Fire Sanctuary eventually.
Yep.
And also for getting the sacred water in Skyview 2. I almost forgot about that one.
Yeah, this is a pretty obscure category, especially since HD exists. But HD also has to get the bottle.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think I'm just too
If only-
rando-brained.
If only we had a TAS only way of getting into Fire Sanctuary without the basin.
Yeah, there was a lot of theories about that, but I don't think anyone could find a way without back in time.
Oh my god, that beacon placement.
Yeah, very,
perfect beacon placement.
I think that's always the, aside from like Wing Ceremony cutscene skip, that's the first part of the run of this category RTA where I'm like, I hope I do this correctly and don't waste time to Impa not
because
not
if you don't
thinking
place
where
it like
is.
exactly there, she'll say it's not right and you have to do it again.
Yeah,
It's very annoying.
I think what the game is doing is it's making sure that the beacon is on top of the higher ledge.
Yeah, but you can actually remove the beacon like before you open the door, and it just won't be there. So.
Oh yeah, that's true. The cutscene will just be like, look at the sky.
Yeah.
All right, time to use our sword for some actual combat now.
Yep. So as we said earlier, Skyward strikes do Master Sword damage, so they're dead.
Also,
One
unless
shot.
I missed it earlier, the first instance of watermelon glitch.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
If you run out of stamina into a cutscene, and then I think you have to roll frame perfectly afterwards, you can get like a weird visual glitch where it looks like you're out of stamina, but you're not. So you will be seeing that often.
Yeah, you may have also noticed that after killing the Bokoblins, Ben did wait for like a small amount of time before talking to Gorko, and that's because if he had talked to Gorko any sooner, Gorko
He would have been get away.
Yeah, he would have been like, get the monsters away. Also, nice log skip right there.
Yeah, I got a one-hand grab there, which I realized like after I posted this, but that's unoptimal. You can get a two-hand ledge grab, which is faster.
Yeah, I think the hand grabs are just RNG.
Yeah, they're completely RNG. I think you have like a 30% chance to get a two-hand or something like that.
Yeah, at least in Twilight Princess, it's 30-70 for two-hand, one-hand. And then once again, the Skyward Strike just destroys enemies.
Yep.
Q.
So there is actually a way to skip rescuing the Kikwi, but can't do it here because you need to get the slingshot, and to get the slingshot you need to rescue all the Kikwis.
Yeah. If you don't get the slingshot, you don't get the Wii wheel, and so you can't use any item, actually. So.
Yeah, the internal programming of the game really wants you to get the slingshot. Because if you get any other item first, it just soft locks.
Yeah, before Back in Time, this game really didn't want you to sequence break. They put a lot of fail-safes in. But we are going to see some sequence breaks later. Some of them save a lot of time, and some of them save a little time.
Oh, interesting. The sword is faster there. I guess it makes sense.
Yeah. I discovered later that you can actually break slide with your sword out, so it would have been faster to do that. Yeah, I did it there. Because that was an uphill slope, so I should have break slided. Or break
Definitely
slid.
more scary for Machi to attack with the swords
Yeah.
Yeah.
than bonking.
Yeah, we're not making ourselves less scary to him right now.
No.
I'm curious whether. I mean, obviously you can bonk or slash your sword, but I'm curious which one of those the developers like intended you to do.
I'm not even sure if there's a different animation or anything. I didn't even test.
No, I think it's the same.
Yeah, I'd assume so.
But now everything's fine.
And now we have to go find 3 more Kikwis. In style with brake sliding, of course.
Yeah.
Is there any other way?
Oh yeah, you can just roll right through that. It's pretty precise. But usually you'd be like stuck in the crawling animation if you didn't do it that way. Yeah, so you can see we're only using the first quarter of the stamina because it's faster.
This Bokoblin's gonna summon a few more, which, once again,
Yeah.
just Skyward Strike.
No idea
And-
where
We're
they
gonna do
come from,
lobster
by the way.
roll.
Yeah, so that bonk
So
is
this
frame,
is frame
perfect.
Yeah. And I think it saves like 2 seconds, right? It's not much.
Yeah, because now it plays this sequence of cutscenes out of order. First
Mhm.
plays Lopsa,
Oh, look.
yeah, coming
It's a
out of the
tree.
tree.
There's the branch.
Wow. It talks
What
to
are we
us.
looking at?
Yeah, now you need to talk.
Yeah, I think someone said you don't have to do this on the HD version, but on this version you have to talk to him in order to, like, say to the game you've actually rescued him.
Yeah, HD removes a bunch of Phi triggers, so.
Yeah.
To the next
Yeah,
one.
you see I did a little bit of weird pathing there. There's like really weird slowdown spots in Farron, and even if you brake slide, it's like you'll get brake slide speed, but then immediately it'll be a downhill slope and then an uphill slope. It's really weird, so sometimes I just run around him. And then you can just use 2 Skyward Strikes to skip him moving around.
This is, well, should be your favorite Kikwi because it has the least amount of dialogue.
Yep.
This is true, yeah.
Also, he doesn't get scared by Phi.
True.
Mm-hmm. And he's actually hiding.
True.
Yeah, it's pretty good hiding spot.
Well, okay, I'll give Ulo some credit here. At least trying to camouflage.
I mean, sure.
And I guess, speaking of dialogue, I think, what is it, Japanese saves like 10 minutes over English in this category
Yeah,
or
it
something
actually
ridiculous.
It's pretty interesting. Like, there's an English 1.0 exclusive glitch in Ancient Cistern that saves, I think, 5 minutes, but Japanese text still saves so much that it's not worth using the English version.
Yep. Remember, in really old any%, Japanese was timed just purely on dialogue to save 17 minutes. And then
Yeah,
you would
that's pretty
lose,
crazy.
but then the difference became only 12, with Cistern Clip included, and then with one of the sequence breaks in this run, that probably cuts out like 2 more minutes of text time save, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
Sense.
And in fact, the period of time where a category, well, okay, I guess there are like some trivially short categories where the difference is negligible, but like Yerbil used to have a pretty close difference because of, again, that version exclusive trick, but with the inclusion of fast Farron bit, the gap between Japanese and English just grew by another like 20 seconds or something, so we're past the peak of closeness, unfortunately.
Oh.
now we can collect other items. Yippee!
Yep.
I like how the oh, well, not anymore, but previously the beeping for the dowsing and the B wheel were almost exactly in sync.
Oh yeah, yeah. I remember.
Nice shot.
I think 64 actually said you could skip this 5 trigger by calling 5 frame perfectly, but I didn't know about it at the time, so lost a bit of time there.
You can. It's probably this very interesting thing.
Yeah, so in this game, you have to actually check statues to be able to fly to them later. So we're gonna need that one later. It's gonna save a lot of time. Oh, who's that?
The pair of feet.
They're watching us.
So coming up is a very cool trick.
Link's gonna go wee.
Yes.
Yep.
Style.
Oh, hey, there's Zelda.
So that is extending blow.
What a nice jump attack in the opposite direction.
Yep, some swag.
Yeah, so extending blow is basically just the coordinates for where Link should do the final blow on an enemy get cleared before he actually is able to do it. And so then when you do the final blow, the coordinates are just all set to 0, and 0, 0, 0 on that map happens to be right in front of Skyview Temple, so it works out.
Yeah, it's
Fun
very useful
fact.
that that works.
Fun fact about extending blows: if you knock down an enemy in one position, let's say position A, and then you get it in position for extending blow, if you perform extending blow, you will instead jump to position A, like the last position that you validly knocked it back at.
So this is TAS sword twirling. This took me like 6 hours. It's very hard to TAS without
Yeah.
dolphin motion input works right now. Won't get into too much specifics in it, but just know it took 6 hours.
Good last moment roll as well.
I guess thankfully you only have to do that one more time. Or
I
two more
think
times. 'cause-
Oh yeah, 2 more times. 3 in total.
More times. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Skyview took quite a long time to do, just because of that. And here is spider skip, or vine skip, I guess.
Spider skip without the roll. So it's not spider roll anymore.
It's actually faster to do the roll, but I needed to take damage, so
Oh, yeah, that's
Oh,
right.
okay.
yeah, damage routing even in no bit is important, because
Oh, yeah, this trick
really
exists.
slow.
Yep.
Yeah,
I forgot I
Yeah.
found that.
Yeah.
yeah, you found it, and then I found a way to do it without opening the chest.
It is a little
And you-
vindicating.
I found something weird. You can kill that spider in 1 hit if you stand in that position. Normally it takes 2, but
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've had that happen sometimes with the spider near the gate in that one part of Cistern in Randomizer. I always assumed it was a, like, you have a specific sword thing, but I guess it must be a position thing.
yeah. I think in the Gira and boss fight I got a similar thing where I got 2 hits in 1, so I think if you stand in a weird position you can get like double hits on enemies.
Yeah. That's how it feels sometimes for sure.
Yeah, so the reason we did that chest jump is it skips hitting the switch on the other side. So it saves 40 seconds, but we actually have to come back to Skyview later, so it really only saves like 10 seconds because it skips some backtracking. But it's still a time save.
I think it only saves time because you figured out how to do it without opening the chest.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, it saves time on climbing vines and opening doors. That's basically it. This is actually
Use
suboptimal. The RTA strat is actually faster than this, but after I completed the dungeon, I just realized that, so I didn't feel like going back for it.
To be fair, shield bashing the wrong direction is funny.
Yeah, it's
so
pretty swag.
I think it's worth it.
Also, you can see
Yeah.
there for some cutscenes, it's worth to see up before they happen because that
Yeah,
interrupts the
there'll
camera
be
movement.
yeah, there's a short camera pan before that if you don't see up, and it just skips that. Saves like half
Yep.
a second. And there's actually a lot of cases where you can save time doing that. Like most of the time when you have a cutscene that you walk into and there's text after it, you should always see up because most of the time it'll have a camera pan afterwards.
Also, for putting away the beetle there, is that just... I assume that's just taking out the sword as quickly as possible and then rolling.
Yeah, I just canceled it with B, but um, it's actually better to use the sword because for cases later, if you want to equip an item like after you have a beetle equipped, you can take out your sword to take out another item instantly. But if you just cancel with B, you have to wait like an extra second for some reason.
Ah,
I don't
okay.
know why. So taking out your sword saves time on equips, but not movement.
Okay, it's interesting.
So we'll see that later when I pull out sword.
The spider was
Yeah,
so high in the air.
I thought he had to jump on you.
Nope.
But he didn't.
It probably would be faster to get closer to the box before using beetle, but I didn't think about that. So we're gonna do another sword twirl. This one you can't jump off of because then it'll actually make the cutscene longer.
Oh, because
I
you did the
think if
C
you-
up instead.
Yeah, to put away sword, which didn't save time, but cool. I think it actually would be possible to roll if you stood farther back, because I guess if I were to roll on the first frame, it would like delay the cutscene until I reached the ground, which wouldn't be good. But I think if I stood farther back, I could like jump off during the cutscene, which would save time.
Yeah, I mean, there is
But I
also, there's like a general delay where, like, you can't interact with things for, like, the first second after you regain control. Of, like
Yeah.
things that you can press A to interact with, like chests and NPCs.
So like
and
if you have a
stuff.
cutscene, you can't interact with anything after like a second, basically. So you can do some swag during that time. Almost got me.
Oof, yeah, close. Would have been unfortunate if he got you there during the TAS reveal.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. I always love seeing the Staldra just get owned.
So it would actually be faster to use slingshot here, but I need to conserve slingshot pellets, so I decided not to.
Yeah, and because we have to come back later for Skyview 2, it's faster to open up these bars here.
Yep. Or otherwise it'd have to rock all the way around again, so. And you can just kill this guy. Now we're gonna see TAS finds.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise known as just general game jank.
Yep. Line jump.
Oh yeah, and then it being faster to go around left there instead of straight forward, because if you go straight forward, you would jump.
Yeah. Just small optimizations like that.
Yeah.
See all over the
And
TAS.
that boss key placement probably
Oh, yeah, that took a long time as well. Wasn't as hard as the
Considerably.
sword twirling though. Because I can just kind of trial and error it until it works. So this is Giraham 1. So we can do something called a spin attack cancel. So if you input a slash and then cancel it 5 frames after, you can do a spin attack. So just gonna do that for the first phase. For the second phase, you're gonna do a jump slash quick spin, and then we're gonna get that weird double hit. And so here we're gonna do some RNG manipulation to basically get him to let us hit him instantly.
Absolutely
and I think that
ridiculous.
That saved like 5 seconds over Darmabi's any percent TAS. So pretty cool. There's a lot more to it, but it's kind of hard to explain.
Yeah, looks like Girim's just tanking it.
Yeah.
Not doing anything.
And so
And for the first phase, I optimized it a little bit by standing closer to him. Oh yeah, some swag too. It's actually faster to get the heart container, because when you come back for Skyview 2, the cutscene will play again if you don't get the heart container.
yeah.
And on
Yep.
these doors, you have to wait for a certain cycle, so that's why you just stood there and see up, because it wouldn't be any faster to open the door early.
Yep. It's also very easy to bonk on those stairs.
Yeah. I thought it was like impossible not to, so it's interesting that just
Yeah,
a
I had to
slight
move
a
to the
slight
side a little bit.
angle makes it work, yeah.
Yeah, but did a little sword break slide there to get closer as well.
Yeah, it's very nice to charge your Skyward Strike while break sliding.
Yeah, it's even
That's
more
pretty good.
difficult than a normal break slide. You have to release sprint for a frame, and then like while you release it, you have to pull sword and then do a break slide frame after. So very hard to do. Get it rolling with the one
Nice.
frame.
Nice roll, yeah.
So when you do extending blow, RTA runners normally push down this log because when you're coming back, it's faster to do that. But we're not gonna do that. We're just gonna go straight to the sky, and we'll see
Boom.
that later. Why?
And so doing the extending blow earlier also, in doing that, skipped hitting the first goddess cube that you're normally supposed to hit, which also means that we don't get a Phi cutscene about that goddess cube when leaving Farron now.
Yep.
It also
Means you
prevents
can't hit any other
Yeah.
goddess cubes. Yeah.
True.
Which is kind of weird.
Absolutely.
It checks if you hit that one to make sure the other ones can be hit.
I feel
Imagine-
like maybe because it's possible to hit the other one that's across the gap or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
They don't want
If
you
you're in
hitting
hero
that one
mode.
first. Yeah.
It'd be a very good time save for any percent TAS if you could hit Skyward goddess cubes without hitting that one first.
Yeah. It's true.
I mean, it's the same with Goddess Walls. You also have to... Some Goddess Walls just don't get unlocked if you don't do it at the right time. It's
Yep.
very weird.
Yeah, so now with the Ruby Tablet, we've gained access to the Elden region, where we're gonna find the Earth Temple.
Spoiler alert, the Earth Temple will be pretty crazy and have a lot of TAS only tricks.
I'm excited. Yeah,
Very
so
sweet
just
fly there.
Yeah, so for some Loftwing like info, normally it's faster to flap your wings and then sprint, but in very specific cases it's actually faster to dash first. So I'll only do that because of spacing reasons.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because flapping first is usually what gets you up to, like, your maximum flying speed.
Yeah. So here's some swag. I don't really think this saves much time, but pretty cool,
I think it was worth it.
of course. Yeah, risky, but time saver note saves 4 frames only.
Nice watermelon glitch.
Yeah, basically anytime you run out of stamina, we'll get watermelon glitch out of it. Like into a cutscene, I mean. So here we're gonna skip a cutscene by slingshotting this guy. And then we're gonna do this cool trick where we throw a bomb over this little wall, and that skips having to go around.
I mean, you can just jump into the lava, because, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, do a lava hop there. No, there's no lava. So it actually is faster to jump attack in there, but I can't take damage for routing.
You know who is going to take damage? All these bokoblins right now.
Yes. So we're gonna do a cool strat where we run up this wall and aggravate this guy, who's gonna jump down and try to kill us. But that was part of our plan, and now we're just gonna kill all of them in one Skyward strike. Yeah, he gets so far you can see him teleport away.
Does it not? Do you not lose time from him turning around, or does the text box always come
No,
up at the same time?
he's always turned around, I think.
Yeah.
I'm not sure though, I didn't time that.
So now we got the digging mitts, which means we can find the key pieces to open up the Earth Temple.
Yeah,
Cool guys don't look at explosions.
of course. Yeah, unlike other 3D Zeldas, there isn't a free cam. You just have the nunchuck, and that's it. So most of the time, I will have to do some things that are unoptimal just because the camera's.
Oh no. Well, this is...
Uh-oh.
Alright.
Everything's back.
Okay, yeah.
Circles. Yeah. Okay, that was a
Okay.
little weird.
So
Yeah, I
supposed
think
to be
my-
But we
powerful.
did, sir. Yeah.
I think my internet
Yeah.
decided
just a little
to...
bit.
Yeah,
Alright, so
decided to
here
flicker.
is probably the first TAS only trick of the run. Just enjoy what you're watching. Yeah, so right there we are pushing a bomb with Link's hitbox and doing some break sliding, and that is crazy precise. I think I only had like 10 frames to do that, which doesn't sound that hard, but RTA you would basically never be able to do that. And that skips having to do some movement, so it is faster. I actually did time this compared to the normal RTA route, and it saved, I think, 5 seconds, just because I couldn't make a cycle here. So yeah.
Yeah.
Normal strat is to do a Boko out of bounds and then get over here that way. But you get pretty terrible cycles doing it that way. You have to wait like 10 seconds on the cycle or something. And it wasn't even close to working, it was like 2 seconds away. So I'd have to save 2 seconds to make that cycle. But it wasn't for a lack of effort.
Yeah, so normally these would be the 4th and 5th key pieces that we get. Also nice.
Yeah, it probably would have been better if I used the sword there, because I have to watch my slingshot pellets, but I didn't think of that.
But by getting these ones first, we can then get the 3 that are actually near the Earth Temple entrance last.
Yeah, and also the reason, even if I did do the other strat, it would have been slower, because I need to do a Death Warp in Earth Temple, so I would have had to damage down a lot if I, because normally the RTA route you would save warp down, or Death Warp down there. So if you Death Warp, you're back at 6 hearts.
It is true, yeah, I didn't think about that.
Yeah. And you really only, that really only matters in a TAS, because you would not do the Death Warp strat RTA ever, basically.
Good to know that that one front hop is enough distance to bait out another boulder.
I think I actually managed to get it without a front hop, but it didn't save time. Like, I could just run up the slope a little. Like, without sprinting, I could just run up and you would see me.
Just have to wait and refill stamina between these
I'm gonna be
slopes before
standing
going
still
up.
for this. The first time I tasked this, I was kind of messing around doing some swag, but you actually refill stamina like 50% faster if you're just standing still doing nothing. Like, if you press target or hold a sword, you'll
target is.
not. Yeah, so can't do swag, unfortunately. And this is the Just Saying cutscene. Very good cutscene.
Very good music.
Yep.
Bet these fellows wouldn't be able to task Skyward Sword, just saying.
Well, if this cutscene didn't exist, then we wouldn't have ever had to deal with the prospect of Elden EB in older any percent, or I guess technically all dungeons. That's a route that probably works, but I don't want to touch it.
Thanks, Five, for giving us the dowsing ability. Gonna be very useful.
Nice.
Yep. Yeah, basically anytime this task is downtime, I'm gonna do swag. So here you can grab a bomb early. This is actually very precise. Like, it barely makes it.
The dowsing thing earlier reminded me, because I know, like, does it lose any time, the fact that he has to pull out the sword when you're doing first-person break slides with
No, it
dowsing
doesn't.
instead of first-person? Okay.
But I actually normally like unequip the dowsing thing, like when I'm doing a first-person break slide, just because it mutes the music, and I don't like that. So like probably soon I'll unequip the dowsing. But I don't remember when I did it. I just know I did it. Yeah, so you can run all the way up here.
It looks like that break slide had like no start, like it just
Yeah.
it just started, but that's because I guess you don't have to be sprinting for really any time at all before you can start it.
Yeah, if you're not rolling, if you target rock for 2 frames, you'll get up to speed faster. And for the first like 5 frames, you actually don't have to sprint to get max speed. But then like after a certain point, you have to start sprinting to get full speed. So that's a way to conserve stamina. And so we did some camera manipulation there to make this platform rise slower. And then we're gonna do some precise Skyward Strike cutscene skips. And then this is Kisi, very fast, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, because it allows you to skip that cutscene, and you don't have to fly the beetle up there.
You didn't even need to wait for it to aggro.
It would have been faster to slingshot the bombs from over there, but I didn't think about that, sadly. Yep. Yeah, so when you target an enemy and do a side hop, you kind of curve your side hop towards the enemy, so that was actually very precise to work. And then we're going to do a cutscene skip there to skip talking to the magma. and then do a little bomb push again, and we're just somehow not going to take any damage.
Yeah, something about the crawl space. Like, I guess the
Yeah.
game thinks there's like a wall between you and the bomb, and it doesn't damage you.
And then you can skip a small cutscene by slingshotting that guy. I think it actually is possible for, like, I've seen clips of people getting them aggravated immediately when you enter, but I wasn't able to recreate it.
I like the the like swag messing around of what looks like wiggle break sliding, even though I'm pretty sure that doesn't.
Yeah, that
work
was
in this
a
game.
wiggle break slide. But if you're not holding target in a break slide, you lose all your speed basically instantly, unlike other 3D Zeldas where you maintain it way better.
Right. Yeah.
So Skyward Sword break slides are really useful, but they taper off really quickly. But if you were able to like maintain max break slide speed, I'd be using them everywhere. Like I wouldn't even bother to roll. But yeah, after a certain point, it's actually faster to do a roll after a break slide because you just lose too much speed.
Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, time for more fun, basically TAS-only tricks.
This was very hard. Even for TAS, it's hard, so.
Normally there's
Save
a...
here for some weird reason. And, you know, we have to progress to the other half of the room, so we're gonna blow up this rock. Oh, I think I jumped in the lava there.
No.
Oh, darn.
I think...
Must have been a desync.
Oh,
Oh,
you saved it.
What is happening?
Oh.
Ah, going too far. Unlucky. But
Alright, so
luckily
that
we
is a
saved.
lava hop. And that will spawn the boulder here, which saves like 2 minutes, I think. It saves a lot of time. But
Yeah.
basically, if you frame perfectly jump after a cutscene and you're in lava, you can not die from it. So we use that to cross the gap.
Yeah, lava is actually just like a solid surface, so then it takes being on it for 2 frames for the game to be like, oh, we need to start the cutscene of you hitting the lava, so.
And here, shout out to Azer on this one. I think I... Oh no. Oh, okay. So that is boulder skip. Very precise. And RNG.
Just squeezing through.
Yeah. And then this break slide saves a lot of time.
Yeah, that slope there is really steep, so that makes sense.
Yeah. So for some context, Link's rolling speed goes from, I think, 40 units down to, like, tapers down to 29 eventually. Break slide, before tapering down, gives you 34, which for some reason is actually faster than Link's running speed, which is 31, which is really weird. I don't know why it's like that. But basically, except for very specific scenarios, I will be break sliding or rolling, never running.
Out of curiosity, when you break slide, do you lose speed linearly, or is it like a certain percentage of your speed you lose every frame, so you lose a little bit less over time?
I think you're right. It might be like a percentage of your speed each frame, but I'm not sure. Because after you're below like 25, it starts decreasing really fast.
Okay.
But I didn't do the math on that. I just knew that like break sliding until you lose your speed to 31 and then rolling again is optimal. Because you want it to match your running speed before you roll again.
Yeah, I know once the steeper a slope gets, the weirder speed values become. Like at a certain point, I think walking becomes faster than sprinting. If the slope is steep enough, it's really strange.
Yeah, like some slopes make your speed go down like 10 units. That's how steep they are. Like this one probably, your speed would normally be like, 31, but here would be like 22 or something. So brake sliding can give you a constant 34, or like not constant, but can maintain 34 speed before it tapers down. And when I say like speed, I mean, or like when I say 34, I mean negative 34, because brake slides give you negative speed. So that's kind of why they save time up slopes, because I guess the game does like applies the slope modifier in reverse, so it makes your speed faster. Something like that. So this is Scaldera. So we're gonna time the bomb to explode. So this is like kind of a one cycle, like a half one cycle, I guess.
Oh, and then you were far enough away that he just didn't try to run at you.
Yeah, this is the harder version of the one normally people go for. And I think it uses less bombs too, which is better.
Surprised you had enough time to charge an entire extra Skyward Strike before the eye moved again.
Yeah, I did manipulate that actually. Yeah, so for reference, like for how much time brake slides save, this brake slide saves like 5 seconds. So there's that. And
like
since the doors are on a cycle, we can afford to get 2 bombs. And yes, I did test this. 2 bombs is optimal if you do brake slides. If I were to pick up another bomb, I would miss the cycle and it costs like 6 seconds.
Yeah, really smart use of the downtime there.
Yep. Attack the camera.
He's angry there is no free cam.
Yep. Yeah, in some cases, not having free cam is actually very bad. Especially at the start of Earth Temple, you actually have to turn the opposite direction, target to make the camera face that way, and then turn around again. But with free cam, well, I guess free cam doesn't turn that fast. You'd probably have to do that anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, so the doors at the end of each dungeon that, like, glow on, like, a light cycle, the doors will actually only open at the low point of their light cycle. So, regardless of when you press A to open the door, the glow has to reach its minimum before the door actually, like, disappears. So, that's what we're talking about when we say, like, the door cycle.
Yep. And then
Imagine
we're gonna
if
follow...
those-
Yeah. Frame rules.
Yeah, exactly. The doors are on a bus.
Yes, sub 1 hour tablet placement to linear.
Very nice, very nice.
Someone asked what is going in first person doing a loading zone. It makes sure link speed is 0. If you run into a loading zone, you will like continue running, and it actually costs more time to like have that little animation than just entering the loading zone at 0 speed, because you can roll frame perfectly anyways. So
Yeah, you can get up to max speed immediately. If he's running, you don't get the max speed.
yep.
Over the
And
course of a
here we're
whole
gonna-
run, those tiny optimizations will add up.
Yeah. So here we're gonna do some weird diving.
Yeah.
And
Trying to.
this is to hit a loading zone that is closer to the Linearu light pillar. Saves like probably 20-30 seconds, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe less. because normally you'd be on the other side of Skyloft.
Yeah.
You can
And
fly
facing the
over.
wrong direction.
Mhm.
True.
And there's no like zipper nearby, so it takes really long to get over.
Yeah, flying in this game in general is very slow.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's why HD saves so much time over backtracking and flying, because it has the amiibo.
Welcome to the Lanayru Mine. We're gonna
Yep.
push some mine carts.
But we're not going to kill the keys. We're just going to hope they don't bite us.
Yeah.
So this was like 2 hours of RNG manipulation. They just miss us each time. Yeah, and so the only way I can RNG manipulate is to spam target, because I can change RNG values that way. Because since there's no free cam, I can't just move it around and hope for the best. Line
Very
slingshot.
nice.
I actually had to, like, I wasn't able to run all the way towards the minecart because there's these electric choo-choos that will spawn, and if I made them spawn, they would actually like be attached to me during the cutscene, and that would waste time.
Mhm.
So I had to make sure they weren't spawned in.
Yeah, so just in general, for RNG manipulation, essentially RNG manipulation is just trial and error, where you change the inputs you're doing, or like change the way the camera's facing until you get the outcome you want. So that's because there's no free cam in this game. That's a lot more limiting with what the possibilities are.
I actually made a mistake there. I stabbed the bomb instead of throwing it directly. The bomb timer resets if you throw it in one of those things. So yeah, it was suboptimal to stab there. Even
You'd
though
be
it...
surprised. I'm sorry.
No, you can go.
Could you be surprised how many things are invoking RNG calls in this game? I think I went to what I thought was the emptiest stage in the game, like the final demise boss arena, and I think I like put a breakpoint on the RNG function, and I think I got through almost 200 calls before a single frame passed. So
Yeah,
I think
there's
most of that is the clouds in the arena.
Yeah, that would make sense. Also, in case anyone somehow didn't notice, brake sliding saves a ton of time in sand.
Yes. Basically, it lets you preserve 34 speed while in sand. Since you're going negative, I guess there's no speed cap on the negative speed, which is a staple for 3D Zeldas. So, and like most Nintendo games.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Nice
brake
seat
sliding in
refill.
sand saves a ton of time. So it's actually faster to do some movement to jump off instead of going around. So you can see brake sliding is actually pretty slow here. So yeah, since we're going down a slope, it applies it as if we're going up, since it's negative speed. So
It's
instead
just
of 34 speed, we have like 28, I think. And then we're gonna do a strat here to throw a bomb, which will kill the Bokoblin during the cutscene.
bye-bye.
Poor
I
guy.
tried to get it to work with 2 bombs, but I didn't have enough time, so I have to stick with that. And we're out of bombs, so gonna have to see what happens to get some more.
Yeah, it's also faster to roll into the cutscene. To roll into the cutscene there, because that will trigger the text with the robot immediately without us having to talk to him.
Yep.
And here's using brake sliding to skip the Temple of Time area. Pretty
Yep.
standard trick for speedruns. Just done really fast now.
Yep.
As you can see, when you get these enemies off the camera, they just freeze, so they don't keep targeting you.
So I released work in progress of this room, and Jim actually told me like a faster way to do it. So we're gonna see some pretty cool optimization here. So we're gonna randomly throw a bomb at that guy. Oh, okay. And what is happening? Obviously, we're gonna jump off his shell.
Of course.
So that is Ampulus jump. Pretty precise. It's really just RNG, and I think I timed it to save 6 seconds in a TAS. So we have to use a hook beetle here. It is possible to skip hook beetle on HD. You can do some throwing shenanigans, because HD has like a higher range for throwing items.
Yeah, because normally you're supposed to like ride the Ampulus down the sand, or in speedruns break, slide down the sand to then go to the other side and then run back. But
Yeah,
obviously,
it's faster to just get there instantly.
yeah. And now we have to activate the nodes.
Yeah, normally this would take a lot longer RTA, or in a casual playthrough, but since we did the Temple of Time skip, we can have access to the nodes immediately instead of having to run all the way around.
Yeah, it's also much better routing wise, being able to do fire node first, because it's the furthest one away from where the main node that raises LMF is.
Yep.
Just do a sort of 3/4 circle around to do the rest of them.
Yeah, so I actually did do some running there, because rolling takes up a lot more stamina, but it's a little bit faster. But if it's down a slope, you don't want to break slide, so you want to preserve stamina. So in that case, it was faster to run. But it's really hard to know what is optimal.
Yeah, especially as the exact slope of the geometry changes as you go over all the polygons.
Yep. So I'm actually gonna be in the sand while slingshotting, so I don't have to jump down after the cutscene.
Very nice. Nice roll as well.
Yep. Yeah, for some reason, like how long it takes for the Ampulus to be electrocuted is like variable. So sometimes I only had like 1 frame, and sometimes I could fit a whole roll in.
How nice of this Technoblin to be frozen
Yep.
for us.
I actually tested if it would be possible for him to like hit me off so I could skip that cutscene, but it didn't work. I just got hit off.
Skyward Sword giveth and Skyward Sword taketh away.
Yeah, they took a lot away. There's a lot of things that sadly don't work.
Yeah, interrupting cutscenes is not really possible most of the time.
So we're gonna check this statue. We need to come back later. Gonna drop a bomb there.
Specifically, you don't want to be over the quicksand while that cutscene happens, because if you are over the
You'll be at
quicksand, you
0
won't get
stamina.
you won't get a stamina refill from the cutscene.
For some reason, after a cutscene, if you're holding on an item, if you shoot on the first frame, it will just be like all over the place. You won't shoot where you think you're gonna shoot. So sometimes I was able to get it where I could just shoot frame perfectly, and you know, it would manage to line up in the place that I wanted it to, but I couldn't get it there. It was just too random. I think it has something to do with like how the Wiimote is moving during the cutscene. So I didn't bother optimizing that, but it only wasted a few frames.
right in position to stab the sword after the cutscene here is over.
Yep. And we're gonna do the puzzle without looking at the map.
Oh my
How do
god.
we know the code?
That's how you know this is a TAS.
Yeah. I didn't have to look at a guide.
Now we're coming up on Lanayru Mining Facility. Lots of fun things happening in this dungeon, too.
And a lot of brick sliding.
Yeah.
There's a lot of sand, so. So here it's actually it's actually possible to get all the way and run up during the cut before
That's
the cutscene
good.
loads. Yeah, that was very tight. I think I had like 2 frames to do that. And doing some first person sideways brake sliding.
Yeah, because I imagine the spew was annoying with targeting.
Yeah. Here was some more RNG manipulation to not get hit by the scorpions, or whatever they're called.
Yeah.
The official name is like Araka or something.
Yeah.
So we have to go get the small key in this room before we can then go back and use it on the door.
So we're gonna do a roll before the cutscene, and we'll let people grab it. Yeah, so that's what I was mentioning earlier. I could have done that in Skyview. Because if you were too close to the ledge, it would have just delayed the cutscene. So you have to be far enough away that you can get a roll like during the cutscene. And getting some bomb and slingshot refills, because gonna need them later.
And specifically jump attacking into getting them so that you don't get the cutscene where Link holds it out in front of his hand.
Yep. I think for all items that you can collect and you get a cutscene for, you can skip with a front top or a gem slash, but only do that with items that I don't collect many times. Because you're wasting time doing the gem slash instead of just, having the text once.
Yeah.
But in Silent Realms, it is possible to skip all the text of the tiers, but I don't think it'd be faster because you'd have to do a lot of movement to get around it.
Yeah, and some of them are also on, like, slopes and whatnot, so...
Yeah. Actually, would you get the text while on a slope? I don't even know.
I think you do still, yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be
I think-
interesting.
What
Just like
happens?
in
If you're on the ground, then you get the text.
What happens when you get the last tier? Is it like try to play both text boxes at once? Or...
Yeah, that'd be interesting. don't know.
Nice brake sliding on the conveyor
Yep.
belts.
And then we're gonna get a precise jump here, which normally you are not able to. You'll just fall off. Brake sliding saves a lot of time up this specifically. And then getting hit off during the cutscene. Oh yeah, right there I stood on, or I was running on the exact edge. For some reason you get a massive speed boost if you're on the edge versus like in the middle or something.
Yeah, we get
And then-
attached.
Yep, can roll through the spikes if we get damaged. Or take damage rather.
It's like a Smash Bros. Roll. You get intangibility.
Yep. And now we can death warp to get back to the beginning.
Neat thing is that whenever you get a new item in this game, it'll automatically equip it on your B wheel. So by pulling out the bomb first, means that you don't have to manually equip Gus Bellows.
Yep. And also it's just faster to equip the bomb before you open the chest. Because I'm pretty sure there's a slight delay, like equipping items after opening a chest. Oh yeah, also because you can just slash it instantly. If you place the bomb like after the cutscene, you have to put the bomb down, take your sword, and slash it. So. So this room is very cool.
A lot of sand in this room.
Yep. So we're waiting for our stamina refill, and we're going over here for some reason. So we're gonna blind throw a bomb, and then break slide over here. Oh,
All the sand.
and now we're over here.
Yep.
So that saves like 30 seconds, or something like that.
Essentially,
So that's why we had to grab the bombs earlier, because if I didn't grab bombs, I'd have 0 there, and I wouldn't be able to do that trick.
yeah, pretty much skips like 80% of the room.
Yep.
Nice brick sliding while using the gust
Yep.
bellows.
Yeah, I actually discovered this. Normally, if you do a targeted break slide and then pull out an item, you'll just lose all your speed. But if you break slide, like the frame you equip the item, you can break slide with it. So that's why I wasn't doing it very much earlier. And for some items like the beetle, you can't break slide with it. It just doesn't let you. It just turns your speed to 0 every time. Taking some more damage.
Or wiggling.
Yep. Yeah, so you can see there I had to wait before opening the door. Gonna do a lot of first-person break slides here. The bad thing about first-person break slides is that when you do a targeted break slide and you try to, like, move after it, since you're targeting, you can get speed. But if you cancel a first-person break slide, you just have 0 speed. So it's really bad to not be able to roll out of a first-person break slide. Like, I can't there because I'm in sand. So it doesn't
So-
end up saving much time.
Getting out of stamina while crawling doesn't matter, so that's why.
Yep.
Just go low on it.
And this is a very old
Oh.
trick that was... It didn't save much time, but pretty cool.
Yeah, faster than running around the other way. I did not know that was possible.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like 13 years old, I think. So... Gonna do some swag here.
Nice little hop to still make it across with the jump attack.
Yeah, jump attacking and doing a jump or a front hop jump slash gets you the most distance out of anything. So, well, I guess like if you're trying to maintain your height, a side hop technically gets you the farthest. So we're gonna do a little trick here. I attempted to use the slingshot to blow it up, but I couldn't actually aim down far enough to make it work
Oh,
for some
interesting.
reason.
Yeah. I guess that makes sense.
Yeah,
the
because I would
angle
just hit
doesn't
the
work.
minecart if I tried to. And I couldn't place the bomb any further to the right, or else I'd hit a phi trigger. Because there's a phi trigger there. Yeah, so I could have done a side hop here to save time, but I didn't realize that. Because side hopping gives you the most distance.
Yeah, so Link shielded the bomb damage back there to not get hit by it.
Yeah.
Just how you would do with a wooden shield, just block the bomb. Obviously.
Yep, the shield is indestructible as long as you time things correctly.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, shield bashing is very lenient in this game. You have a lot of time to shield bash, and it'll still work.
And here we use the
So-
bomb to blow up the time shift stone so that you can cross these conveyor belts while they're not active.
Yeah. And then we need another bomb drop. It was actually surprisingly difficult to get these blow platforms to be at full speed. I had to blow them in a very specific way to get full speed.
Nice roll on the rail.
Yeah. I didn't use the gust bellows much, so I had to do a very precise jump there.
You don't even see the
is-
item wheel come out. It's crazy.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. If you pull out sword after pulling out an item, you can equip another item instantly. So, if I were just to cancel the item with B, this would take like 2 seconds longer.
It's interesting. How do you pull out a sword with bombs? Because I thought that like it has to keep that open for like throwing, or does it not? Does it do a cancel if you just aren't holding it up?
Did I equip sword with bombs? I don't think so. Did I? I placed the bomb down and then healed it. I think I canceled
place
the
down.
beetle.
Yeah.
Yeah. You actually can drop a bomb instantly if you interrupt it with a jump slash or a roll, but that'd be slower. Or talking to an NPC works too. I actually didn't test it. It might be possible to cancel the bomb, like, and then open a chest. It might drop. I never tested that.
Death warping is much faster for getting back to the boss door than going through the room and then taking this slow minecart ride again.
Yep. And so this is the 5 text I was talking about. I couldn't place the bomb past here or else I would get this text. And it's faster to activate it now. I think this boss key took me the longest. It was like an hour.
Yeah, I think this boss key is the one that at least RTA has like the most awkward motion.
Yeah.
Do
I think-
quickly.
I think it's like I'm pointing to the back right corner above and behind me, I think. I don't know, it's in my muscle memory somewhere, but it does feel anecdotally the most difficult.
Yeah. So this is Molderak. I actually discovered later that it's possible to kill him without backing him up. So what we're doing here is we're actually trying to get him towards this wall. Because if he's not against a wall, he'll actually like go down into the sand if you don't get enough hits on him. But as you can see, you can just back him into a wall and get all the hits, complete him in one cycle. But I actually discovered later that if you stand in a precise position, you can just kill him instantly without backing him up.
Now it's time for the longest unskippable cutscene, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
We have to wait for for Molderak to die, then for the heart container to spawn and float down, and then now for all the sands to drain out of the arena.
Yep.
And then it has to show you the door.
Yeah, the sand's just gonna magically disappear into nothing. So, now's a good time to drink the revitalizing potion.
Ah, yeah, because we have to wait for the door. Anyway.
And also, we're gonna be taking a lot of damage, so good time to do it.
Yeah, so
When it
beetle
comes
flying.
to the beetle flying, you'll go.
Yeah, yeah, it's kind of similar to like Link's speed when running around. In that, if the beetle is aimed upwards, then the beetle speed is slower. So if you have to travel the beetle somewhere up and far away, it's fastest to just aim it up as high as you can until you get to the height you need, and then fly flat.
So it's actually possible to like jump slash onto this minecart and slash your sword to stay on it, but I couldn't get it to work where you'd stay on for the entire time. I could only maintain it for like 4 seconds. So, but technically it would skip having to wait here and getting off the minecart. But I would be amazed if someone could pull it off.
Yeah, that would be very
Yep.
difficult to do. Maybe that's an
Gonna do another-
understatement.
Yeah, gonna do another 2-frame. Oh, backflip, right? I forgot about that. Yep, to skip the phi text.
And now we have the harp.
Yep. Yeah, and also if we weren't playing on hero mode, we would have to watch all these cutscenes.
Which at this point would easily be like at least another 20 minutes added onto the run, if not more. Game has a lot of cutscenes.
Yeah, it's very lucky that we can skip them. I'm pretty sure isn't the any % route you need to be on hero mode to like skip a cutscene or else it'll soft lock?
Yeah.
In older routes.
Oh yeah. Older
Although I
routes.
guess there's also the like messed up filler replacement cutscene as well.
Yeah.
With back in time. If you use that for sure. Not being able to skip cutscenes is very bad.
We're gonna skip the best cutscene, sadly.
Unfortunate.
Yep.
But this one is unskippable.
Yeah, I don't know why they decided to make the text so slow in Skyward Sword, even though, like Twilight Princess, they made text like instant to mash, basically.
Really wanted you to pay attention to the dialogue.
Yeah.
Whose noises?
Just Bruce things. Yeah, so now we're gonna see our first TAS harp playing, which
Yeah,
don't
this
think
also
is,
took a long time. It's not much different, but it's pretty hard to do with the
Yeah.
tools we have right now.
yeah, it's one of those things where it's like at least the motion in real life, it feels like it would be weird to capture with just a bunch of sliders.
Yeah, I had to bind a controller to Dolphin and then like write a script to like simulate this. It was complicated. That's all I can say.
Very
And
nice.
do some funny playing at the end. But this part was pretty easy. The part before, it was kind of hard to optimize because for this part, if you go too soon, the light won't start. But in the previous one, you don't know if you did it too slow or fast until the end. So this one's pretty easy to do.
Yeah, interestingly, the game doesn't really care about like how fast you strum the harp in a direction. It kind of cares more about like how long it takes between the initiation of the strum in each direction.
Yeah, I think it's when you start the strum is when the game registers. So you can just kind of instantly strum it. So now we're upcoming on everyone's favorite boss fight.
Yep. Fan favorite. Everyone who's ever played this game, everyone loves this boss.
Yeah, best boss.
Oh yeah, and we have to watch a cutscene first. That's not skippable.
So we need to take some damage later. And now we're in the imprisoned. So we're gonna gut in his head, which is the fastest way to get him to I guess, get to the spike. You are able to kill his toes and make him fall over, but that takes too long, especially without the Master Sword. So now we just have
also,
some downtime.
There's also an extra cutscene that plays of him falling over.
Yep, and we can get on top of his head during the cutscene. Yeah, so the way to stay on his head isn't too useful in the Imprism one. It just skips a cutscene, but in the second one it'll be very useful. It'll save probably a minute.
It's just more waiting, because you have to wait for the slithering to stop.
Yeah, it's basically an auto-scroller. And jump off before the cutscene so I can be right next to the spike.
What is it?
Yeah. If you stay on the imprison's head during this part, you get, like, thrown back, and you're usually
I actually
very
managed
far away from
to-
the center.
I actually managed to get up onto one of those pillars on one of my save states somehow. He like knocked me onto that pillar over there, if you can see it, which is pretty cool. Yeah, so you can see I'm right next to it. I wasn't able to get all the way down, but he was pretty far away, so.
Yeah, I mean, you also have to take time to charge up a Skyward Strike anyway, so... That's one imprisoned down.
You mean he's now sealed forever? Good job.
Yeah.
Exactly,
Yep.
yes.
We won't
Never-
see him for
Never
the
seeing him
entire
again.
run. Alright, so now we have to slope. Oh, never mind. That's in prison too, forgot. Yeah, you don't have to traverse up in this one, which is nice.
Only that cutscene existed for all of them.
Yeah. So here, doing the first person thing, I could auto roll down, but then I would have a camera pan afterwards, and I think this saved like 20 frames. You can see I just was able to roll immediately. Normally there'd be a camera pan.
Yeah, now we've reached at least the part in the RTA run that doesn't tend to have a whole lot going on. It's just a lot
Yeah,
of
this is
flying
a
back and
pretty boring
forth,
part.
and then talking to NPCs. Yeah, so I guess
You're gonna see here that I barely make it to the loading zone.
oh yeah,
Kinda
it
close.
looks like you should land at the bazaar there.
But I am gonna land at the academy.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what the shape of like the loading zones look like for where you land, but there's some of them definitely are not quite as intuitive as you might think. Like the one between village and like landing near the bird statue where you put the Stone of Trials, I sometimes will land in village when I mean to land at the other one.
Yeah,
Yeah, they don't match up.
yeah. They kind of overlap and then one takes priority.
Oh my god, this text is so slow.
Yeah,
Because it's
yeah.
a
They want
riddle.
that specific text to be slow because you have to read it for the quest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
but I can't read Japanese, so I don't really.
Yeah, yeah, we'll just need to try
Figure it out
everything.
ourselves.
And it's
inside
actually
houses-
faster to go down here and open the door instead of going up, even though the movement to the up door is faster, but you just get closer if you take the downstairs door.
In
And
general,
then
in
here,
houses, I think it. Okay.
yeah, here I was just gonna say we're gonna roll away before the windmill actually locks into place because its momentum will keep it going to lock into place.
It would be very sad RTA if you did that and it just didn't make it.
Yeah. Never done that before.
Nope, definitely never done that before.
Oh no.
It'd
Missing.
especially be bad for this one because you'd have to climb all the way up again. But this one has a cutscene, so it's easy to know if you made it or not.
Oh, yeah. As far as like text goes, I think the frame window for like optimal and like the optimal A press for the end of a text box is pretty lenient.
Yeah, I think it's like 4 frames,
Yeah,
maybe less. But
it's definitely
The way I
not
did
frame
it.
perfect.
no, yeah. Like most cases, I would compare it to the RT record, and we'd be tied in text because like it's so lenient. By the way, how far ahead of we are from the RT record?
I honestly do not know.
I will check in on SRC.
If I had to guess, I would guess like at least 10 minutes at this point.
Okay, so the RTA record is just beating Molderak right now.
Yeah.
So like 10 minutes.
Yeah. By the time that... Okay, so I found the equivalent point in the RTA record. It was at 150.25 at this cutscene.
Okay, so 12 minutes.
Oh,
Yeah, 12 minutes in less than 2 hours is pretty significant.
yeah, and a pretty glitchless run too. Like as far as Skyward Sword runs go, this is basically glitchless.
Yeah.
There isn't really a glitchless category for this game.
I guess
Actually,
there
isn't
is
there for HD? I think someone made a glitchless. Yeah, there is. There's a
Yeah.
glitchless category for HD.
Oh yeah, because what is it? Because we skipped the cutscene after getting the harp, I think all of the top dowsing options for the rest of the run are just always going to be Zelda's head, even though they should be other things.
Yep.
Because that should have been the propeller that Jackamar had talked to us about.
Yeah, so this is where I was considering buying a stamina potion. But it costs too much time to be worth. Because in Fire Sanctuary there's these magma tunnels, and it saves a lot of time to have all stamina in them.
That would make sense, yeah.
But I actually managed to save 40 seconds over my Fire Sanctuary IL, so yeah. And in an 18-minute dungeon, that's a lot of time.
And now we're just gonna go fly to Eldon again, pick up the propeller, and come back. As we all know, flying is very exciting.
Yeah, at least the music's good.
True. I think this is the first time in the run we actually selected a statue, because when going back to Farron, the cutscene of Bruce autoplays without us selecting anything.
Yeah, so we're gonna throw a bomb here because we're gonna need to go that way later. so it's faster to do
Yeah.
that.
And doing it on our first trip here would have triggered a cutscene for the tower falling, but now it doesn't.
I think it's because we're facing the opposite way, right? Or am I missing something?
I think
Maybe the cuts.
on this layer of this map state,
Yeah.
there's no cutscene for this
Oh, okay.
tower.
Cutscene
Yeah.
might be exclusive to layer 1.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, but for most cutscenes, if you face away from them, they just won't activate until you
Yeah.
face them, which is very useful in the 90% TAS.
Yeah, 90% TAS is kind of built off of that property.
And we will be using it in Sandship,
Yes,
and that's basically
true.
it.
Yeah, I do find it very funny that in this Skyward Sword run, it took an hour and 40 minutes to begin mentioning map states. Because it's just not relevant unless you're doing back in time for the most part.
Mm.
Yes, Minnie, this did do the lava hop in Earth Temple.
I do wonder why there is a propeller installed on the windmill to turn it. It is kind of strange.
Also, yeah, it wouldn't... I mean, I guess the propeller is covered, but I'm like, wouldn't... Like, if the goal of the propeller is to catch wind, wouldn't the wind also just then blow the other propeller?
Yeah, and it would turn it like rotational on it, like,
Yeah.
and it's like very strange.
He's gotta not even smack the center of it, smack the flimsy paper
Yeah.
part, and
I guess he wants
doesn't
to break
move
it or something.
Yeah, same thing with
So
the...
we're gonna try to get as far away as possible before the cutscene starts. You can't move during this cutscene, so
Of course, it turns the wrong way, so we have to turn it very low.
Yeah, they were
Yeah,
really
we're
like,
gonna-
they're gonna use the gust bellows here.
Yeah.
gonna cancel it right now. We can get 2 rolls in.
2 rolls is impressive.
Yeah, so I managed to shorten being in the water here by getting a
Nice.
jump flash.
And now we're gonna play the harp again.
And we're gonna do a new trick called the harp cancel.
Very new trick, yeah.
Yeah, it was discovered like 8 years ago or something.
I think 7? I think it was 2018.
Okay.
But yeah.
I meant new as in like we haven't done it yet in the run.
Oh, that's true, yes.
And this one is special because it plays the cutscenes in the wrong order. If you hop cancel.
Yeah, the light is gonna randomly, like
Yeah.
after this cutscene starts, the thing is gonna turn and the light is just gonna be coming out of nowhere.
You know, it should first turn and then shoot the light, but if you hop cancel, it first shoots the light and then turns the platform,
Yeah.
which means the light is just gonna hover in the air.
Fai's gonna talk to you and like just do a
Now-
little flip on your sword.
Turn away
Yeah,
from the
it's-
light.
It's coming out of nowhere.
But yeah, so harp cancel is basically just pressing the B button. I think in a... I want to say a 2 or 3 frame window.
Yeah, I think it was a 2-frame window I tested.
Okay.
I might be wrong about that.
That sounds correct with...
I
how
did
it
on the
feels
first
to
possible
perform.
frame. That's all you need to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I actually dodged this tornado here, but I discovered later that you can just RNG manipulate them not to spawn. So I wasted a little time there.
Feels like the loading zone should not extend that low, but
Yeah. Yeah, so here it's actually faster to dash straight away for spacing reasons.
Yeah, I mean, harp cancel being only 2 frames, like, because it's based off of like 2 inputs that you're doing together. It makes sense that it's easier to be consistent with than like other
Yeah.
2-frame window tricks that are not based off of like an input you're doing.
Yeah, so here I pulled sailcloth to get down to the ground faster, but it's actually faster to splat. Because if you use sailcloth, the game plays the cutscene after you fully get up. But if you just splat, it plays the cutscene instantly.
Puzzle time.
And basically right here is where I had my first desync. It was quite a large desync. I had to redo like 50 minutes of gameplay. So, pretty unfortunate. But over that 50 minutes, I saved 25 seconds. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
There's a cutscene candle there with
Happy
the top.
exit.
Yep. And I also found some new tricks during that.
Yeah, I think harp cancel is 3 frames on HD, so it would kind of make sense if it's only 2 frames on SD.
Oh yeah, we jump attacked into the void.
Zelda's face again for our dowsing symbol. So there is a trick for being able to get into the Isle of Songs without having to solve this puzzle, but it's only faster if you only have to enter Isle of Songs once, so
Yeah.
not be faster to use because we're going to be coming back to Isle of Songs 2 more times.
I was spamming target here, trying to RNG manipulate these guys, but targeting doesn't actually change the RNG of these guys' movement for some reason. So, yeah, didn't really do anything.
I guess the things that are calling the RNG function aren't being like manipulated on or off camera then with just that camera angle.
Yeah,
Saving
so it's
some-
faster to go out of our way for zipper. I think it gives you 300 speed before it tapers off, so very high.
What is that in comparison with normal flying speed?
Normal flying speed is 80
Oh, okay,
with
yes.
dashing,
So it's like almost
and then a dash is like 110.
right. So it's basically a 3 times multiplier.
So now we're on to Pharaoh's Silent Realm. This is very cool. Found some new things for this.
Nice break slide with the harp.
Yep. Yeah, so anytime there's a cutscene of like Fi singing after you play a song, you can do harp cancel.
Actually, you won't hear Fi singing.
Sadly.
I assume it saved a little bit to have the sword out preemptively during that.
I don't actually think it saved time. I just did it because it looked cool.
Fair enough.
because I think the game pulls out the sword instantly if you like activate the cutscene to stab into it.
Yeah, that would make sense. So since this is our first Silent Realm, Fi has to explain every detail about how they work.
Yeah, it's a very long
Let's
cutscene.
show this one tier that we definitely gonna get first.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, how else are we supposed to complete the Silent Realm? Definitely need to get this tier.
Yes, yes.
So we can get a front hop.
Go the wrong direction.
Oh, yeah. Wonder what's... that's weird.
Analog glitch.
This guy's gonna barely miss us.
Yeah, so the tiers also refill stamina when you pick them up, which is very nice. Nice side hop.
Yep. Yeah, side up speed is the fastest way to, like, it's the fastest way you can be in the air. It's 28 speed versus a dash jump at 17 and a front hop at 20. I guess a backflip too at 24, but backflip gives you a lot of height. So we're going to do some stamina management here because I want to be able to sprint all the way to the end on this rope instead of having to conserve stamina. So I'm going to have barely enough to get a roll.
And then imagine we're not going to be picking up any light fruit at all because we can just avoid all of them.
Yeah, you get a cutscene and it's slower. This is something new I found.
Oh,
So
very
you can
nice.
Yeah, you can do a really precise jump to skip having to wait for that cycle. I found it completely on accident, and I saved even more time in Nehru's Silent Realm with it. So very cool. And Farron has a lot of sloped ground, so break slides save a lot of time here. Yeah, and for some reason, this area here also has sloped ground, even though it's flat, so break sliding saves time there too.
And then doing the roll there to the center skips having to go through Link doing a slow walking animation.
Yeah, it didn't actually save time because it's determined from like the animation of collecting a tier, and since I just collected a tier, it didn't play the cutscene until that animation finished. But it will save time later because I won't be collecting a tier right before entering.
On the English 1.0 or NTSC 1.0 version of this game as well, it also skips the jingle that plays when the vessel is forming into the item.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
It's a weird thing to patch, but there are weirder things that have been patched between versions.
I think it's we're gonna have some fun again
So-
here since we didn't push the log
yeah.
last time.
Yep. 50B.
Yeah, it's very exciting to get to see this in a TAS context because normally the whole point of doing Extending Below There in Deep Woods 1 is to just get better odds, which obviously don't matter for a TAS, but in this specific instance, because that Bokoblin is already there, you can perform an extending blow on it and then get in position to jump over the ledge. It's very close, like if you go frame by frame, his feet are like right above the ledge.
Yeah, like I'm getting pushed up from the ledge, that's how close it is. It would still save time to just land on the ledge, but you can just get all the way across.
Yeah.
And I think that saved like 25 seconds, and not including the time spent pushing the log down. So probably like 35, 40 seconds in total. And so now we actually have to hit the switch here because we didn't do it earlier, since we did the chest jump. And we're gonna do some weird movement to skip a cutscene with a magma.
Attack the wall.
Yep.
Oh yeah, also because it's Skyview 2, the resource for the water spilling out of the tunnel isn't loaded. So the water just mysteriously rises up.
Yep. And we're gonna do some more movement to skip the cutscene.
So getting the goddess wall is just something that's forced on you.
Yeah.
You have to do it, basically, if you want to progress.
And it's also the only way to get the other goddess wall in sealed grounds, for whatever reason.
Yep.
Because for Bit, for example, you could technically
So
seal
this
it.
is pretty precise, doing it from that angle. You can just use a hero mode Scarred Strike to kill them. Normally you'd have to use the Hook Beetle and kill them with a bomb. Yeah, I tried to get across without Scarred Striking, but it wasn't possible. Pretty sure like the game specifically will not let you cross. But maybe someone could find something that make it work.
Yeah, I think the game wants you to use the hook beetle to take the bombs and throw it at those guys, but that's very slow.
Yeah, I actually found a lot of ways throughout the run to skip the Hook Beetle. And now we're on to the Triple Stalfos. So we're going to do a little bit of the RTA strat where we're going to place a bomb, detonate it, and then Skyward Strike him. But then we're going to do this. Yeah, so I had to RNG manipulate them to like all be facing the same direction so I could just spin attack them all at once. And that took a long time. And I think that was 5 seconds faster than the normal route.
Yeah, so the Sacred Water here appears as soon as you get the Water Dragon scale. The Water Dragon scale is like the flag that changes Skyview 1 into Skyview 2.
Yeah, that's the only reason we have to come here for the Sacred Water.
It would have been really cool if you can get it early, but unfortunately,
Yeah.
I didn't want you to.
In restricted bit, the route is done such that you combine Skyview 1 and 2, but that is not something that's possible without back in time.
Because obviously the water just wasn't there before.
Yeah, and we're gonna Death Warp to get back to the start of the dungeon. Or else we'd have to backtrack.
Imagine if doing early Lake Floria, like for whatever reason, just made the Trilogate exist early, except the right layer.
That would be cool.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Probably break other things, but
Yeah, so routing-wise, we're going to Lake Floria next. But it is faster to exit to the sky and then turn around and jump back in and then land at the statue at the start of Farron Woods instead of running back there manually.
Yeah, so the reason we checked the statue at the entrance of Farron Woods is because of the early Lake Floria trick we're doing. Which is the harder version.
That, for some reason, was also patched in HD, but the easier version wasn't.
Yeah.
But yeah, the harder version is faster, because for the easier version, you would have had to push down an extra log much earlier in the run to do the fence
the trick
hop.
itself loses time over to fence hop, but you'd have to go all the way to the fence hop statue and save. So it ends up being slower.
Yeah, it's hard to see there, but Link essentially just ran along the branch of that tree enough to then be able to jump out of bounds.
And you can see I did some running there, because it's a downhill slope, and I wanted to conserve my stamina. Now we're going to see some swimming.
Very nice.
So we're coming up on Ancient Cistern, which is a pretty crazy dungeon. I'm gonna go get some water real quick. I'll be right back.
Just like the water dragon.
Yeah.
Can you get some
Exactly.
water?
And also, it's pretty hard to miss, but for some reason the water dragon has like the one piece of text that's actually instant in the game.
Yep.
It's like,
Unless
okay,
you,
so it is possible to have instant text. They just only decided to use it on one text box.
Unless you count, I think also the text that appears when you fly out of Eldon during the Scrapper Escort is technically instant, but you can't dismiss it anyway, so
Yeah.
it just appears instantly. And somehow she becomes significantly larger.
You got very
Some
lucky
serious
that we...
contortionism inside that basin.
Yeah, she was lucky that we knew to get the sacred water beforehand.
Yeah, it's possible to get into Ancient Cistern early, but you need the water basin to get into Fire Sanctuary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, otherwise you could just skip Skyview too. But
Yep.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't just steal it from her while she's still injured.
Sadly. So we're gonna
Would've been a
collect some
funny
more water
cutscene.
here.
Scrapper just taking the basin with her in it.
just dump the water dragon on the fire sanctuary
Yeah.
entrance.
You can fix this. You know, you can flood the entire Faron Woods. I think you can help out a little bit
Yeah.
in a different region.
Not bonking on those stairs is very hard.
Yeah,
Mm.
I would imagine so.
Alright, so Ancient Cistern. This is a very cool dungeon. Gonna be seeing some new tricks I found. So first off, we're just running over here, open this door.
Man, that's a really cool trick. I hadn't thought of that.
Yep. So now we're gonna skip a little cutscene here by jumping straight over the lily pad. And we can roll under the spider webs.
That was really
How
cool.
did you know this
Those
combo?
sword
Yeah.
slashes.
I think, thankfully, this code is always the same every time. Just up, down, left, right.
Yep.
Alright, who's
And
ready
now
to
this
clip
is,
out of bounds?
Vine clip, it's very precise, way harder than it looks. And this skips a cutscene and some movement. And it also
Yeah.
allows you to beat Ancient Cistern with a Water Dragon skill, right?
Yeah. It turns out that like the current all dungeons route doesn't get the water scale and also obviously has to do cistern, but luckily for us, it does not involve doing lily pad skip
Yeah.
because
There is...
that
I looked for a trick where, like I tried to bomb boost from the top there, like to the chest directly, but I couldn't get it to work.
Yeah. Many have tried and all have failed. It looks
Yeah.
so close, but it never works.
Yeah, sadly,
Honestly, sad.
bomb boosts in this game don't boost you upwards. They just kind of boost you to the
Yeah.
side, so...
yeah, we need to give Smashbur's Link that bomb angle. Would be like a nice downwards, really harsh angle.
And we're gonna jump attack down to take some damage and avoid the cutscene trigger, or the... yeah, I guess the cutscene trigger.
Nice.
Yeah.
In place backflip.
One frame back. And this fight is pretty crazy. So you can actually get 4 stabs in and do a frame perfect shield bash on Stall Master. And he's dead.
Nice.
Pretty smooth fight. And you're gonna take some more damage. And it's faster to death warp than going up normally, because you'd have to raise some water things.
Mm-hmm.
not just raise some water things, but watch a cutscene of the water
True.
things
Yeah, true.
raising up.
The game really likes to play small cutscenes after you do basically anything, including this one right here.
Oh wow.
Yep.
Amazing. You did it.
Yeah.
Next up, the
So
whirlpool
it's actually
ring.
possible to get through this without taking damage, but I'm gonna need to do another death warp later, so I'm gonna need to take damage. And this is a fast whip
Whoa.
thing. I don't know, I couldn't get that on any other one in the game. I don't know why it worked there, but I think it has something to do with if you're like farther away from the whip than you're supposed to be, you can just kind of get a super speed boost.
Yeah. Makes
But I
it feel
couldn't
like
recreate it.
Events.
Yeah, like that one's pretty slow.
Maybe it also was because you were like brake sledding while throwing the whip.
No, I think I was standing still. I wasn't able to brake slide there because of the Bakoblin. Alright, so here is a new trick I found which skips Hook Beetle. You could just kind of squeeze through this gap if you're precise enough. It's pretty much TAS only.
Looks like we gotta add a new trick to the menu
Yep. Yeah, good luck for anyone trying to do that because it's actually pretty easy, like, but you basically have one frame to do it or you're too far away because the water is pushing you out and I don't think you're able to do it from any other place besides that one. So it's pretty much TAS only. And I found it on accident.
Here we'll see something a little different if you have only ever watched HD speedruns.
Yep. HD would do a trick called Eat, but that doesn't work on this version. And actually, I only lost 2 seconds compared to the HD record, even with Eat,
Ah,
which is pretty crazy.
Like over the whole of Ancient Cistern, you mean?
Yeah, yeah. I think my time was at 11:05, and the HD record's 11:03.
I think that makes sense, because... Yeah, HD... Because, like, the Eat itself only saves... Like, I think a minute at most.
Yeah.
So, makes sense that
That-
you'd be able to almost regain that entirely.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, we
that
do have to
and
roll a
Hook
little
Beetle
bit
skip
around.
saved like 15 seconds alone, so quite a big time save I found. And this is another time save I found. After this cutscene, you're gonna jump or side hop down to skip having to traverse the vines a little bit. That's also frame perfect.
Down go the feet.
Yep. It's actually surprisingly hard to get on this ledge without bonking the ball.
Yeah, that's a fairly common occurrence when I try to do that RTA, so...
So this is early idle. We're gonna do a super precise jump here. Like that. The normal RTA method is a high flip, but if you stand in a precise position, you can get like a weird jump and make it up. Way harder than it looks. And we have to death warp in this specific area. If we did it right next to the chest, we'd spawn back near the idol and we wouldn't have it in our inventory.
They wanted to make sure you have to get out there without dying. They forgot the little corner.
Yep.
because
Yeah,
I think
there's a lot
if
There you go.
I think if you're doing that part normally, when the statues come in to crush you, once it gets to a certain point, it just plays a cutscene that crushes you and kills you anyway, so it doesn't really matter where you are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now we're gonna get a long cutscene. Very nice.
Nice moving shadow across the top of the head.
Yeah, you can't actually fall all the way down, which would suck if that happened to someone. But I did it in such a way where I'd be like just at the edge.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've fallen down from there accidentally like once before.
So we're on to Galactos. Pretty cool boss fight. For the most part, it's an auto-scroller, but I did find some optimizations with it. So the first phase, you can't speed this up at all. You can do some swag.
Good break
Yep.
slide.
And then we're going to do a one cycle here by blowing up 2 bombs. And that does all the damage. Yeah, and I had to wait a little bit there because he has invincibility frames. If I did it earlier, that one cycle wouldn't have worked.
Yeah, I think he has to begin going into the animation for an attack for the one cycle to work.
Yep. Okay, so for the second phase, he can do a few different attacks. He can do a slow attack or a really fast attack. So I manipulated that. And it's also variable how long he takes to attack, so I manipulated that to be as short as possible. And you can just Skyward Strike him twice, and he's dead.
And
Very cool boss
specifically doing the Skyward Strike into one of the swords that was dropped, because that'll cancel the Skyward Strike. Or just cancel the first one and allow you to begin charging the second one faster.
Now, the reason I'm able to charge it so fast is because I do the fake shield bash.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that would also work.
Yeah, if you do a fake shield bash and then move, you can charge a Skyward Strike instantly after. Which I didn't know during the Scaldera boss fight, which would have saved time. I spent like half a second waiting for the Skyward Strike when I could have just done that.
And the cycle for
Yeah,
that door
sir.
really is unoptimal. Huh?
Yeah. And then another break slide, sword break slide.
Yeah, really fancy.
Yep. Saves a lot of time because the Skyward Strike is very slow. Not a lot of time, probably a few frames, but you know. That jump attack did not waste any time, but it looked very cool. Yeah, I tried going C up in the 2-frame window you have to potentially skip that camera pan at the end, but it didn't work. So just like very few cases you can't do the C up.
Sad.
Yeah, if I had to guess, that camera pan, or like the camera pans that C-Up does skip are the ones that are just like where the cutscene command is basically just like get back to Link however you can, but that camera pan feels like more deliberate as specifically
Yeah,
part
'cause
of
you're
the
in a
cutscene.
specific position, so it probably just has the same camera pan every time, even if you're like way off in the distance if you hacked it in or something.
Yeah. Nice
So
job
now
not
it's,
getting the
uh,
tornado.
Yeah. It's kind of a dungeon rush to the end now.
Yeah. And
Just
a
gonna
lot
be
of
getting the
flying.
song. Yeah.
Because unfortunately we can only get the song every time with the right sword, so
Yeah.
you always have to
HD
get
would
the
use an
thunder in.
amiibo to skip all the backtracking here, but can't do
Yeah.
that.
It's definitely a little bit annoying to play all the way to Thunderhead and back to Island and back to Thunderhead and back.
Yeah. Yeah, about right here in the TAS is when I really started optimizing flying. I think for this one specifically, I saved like a second over my previous one, which is a lot, considering you're just flying in a straight line.
Nice, we know where Zelda
Hi,
is.
Zelda.
Yep.
Now we continue flying once again.
Yup.
Yeah, there's a lot of flying in this run, unfortunately.
It's
Yeah, this
kinda
part of the game
interesting.
especially is pretty boring.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
the
you-
amount of flying before you get the harp is pretty minimal, but then after you get
Yeah.
harp, suddenly you have to begin flying everywhere to do quest stuff.
The
Yeah, I
flying
was
is
very
slow. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was very bummed that I had the desync in this section of the run because I had to redo all this flying in the whole Sand Sea and some of Sandship. So very boring part.
Yeah.
The flying is slow enough that in categories that do back in time, at least in some of the older iterations of those routes,
Yeah.
there are some places you might think, is it really faster to go through all the effort of going into back in time and saving? But yeah, it still is.
Oh yeah, getting that cursor movement is actually very hard for tassing. Like to be exactly there is very annoying.
Oh yeah, because I guess you don't have any indication of where it would be beforehand.
Yeah, I just had to, like basically how this game works. You have 9 sliders, 3 or 4 gyroscope inputs. So like sword, like movement around like for twirling and stuff, and then you have the accelerometer inputs, and kind of had to drag those sliders in a way that would put the cursor on the thing, on the marker. So it's pretty tedious. Like you don't just have a 3D GUI of a Wii remote that you can move around. It's sliders.
For this trial, Fi only has to re-explain that we can leave if we want to.
Yep. Yep, so this trial I found some new tricks that made it, I think, 20 seconds faster, which is a lot. So first off, we're going to do a brake slide. Save some time there. So
Oh,
right
yeah.
here, you would normally have to pull this minecart, but that's slow, so I'm just gonna do this. Yeah, so that's the same thing I did in Fair and Trial with the weird dash jump, but that saves considerably more time.
Yeah. essentially the HD strat, but also faster than the HD strat.
Yeah, the HD strat uses a front hop, but that's not possible in this version. So I had to figure out a way to do that, and I found that. Doing some more running here, because brake sliding is slow.
And making sure to avoid the light fruit also.
And here, I'm doing some camera manipulation. I'm purposely keeping my camera faced towards the guards in the distance, which you can't see. If they were off camera, they would just stop moving because they would be unloaded. And I'm trying to make a cycle later on, so I want them to be in a specific area of their cycle. So that's why I was facing that direction.
I mean, the watchers. But yeah.
Yeah, forgot that. Brake slide up here.
Yeah.
Can also do a precise side hop. Get all the way down.
That's
Yeah,
Yeah.
so here I had to make this cycle in time. It's just barely possible.
Very nice.
Nice.
makes the cycle a lot nicer too.
Yeah. And here is when rolling in saves a lot of time. If you didn't roll in, you would do a slow animation of walking into it.
Now we got the best item.
I'd personally say the bow is the best item.
Yeah, that's also a valid take. The bow is stupidly powerful in this game.
Yeah, I think a fully charged bow shot does like 70 damage, right?
I forget the
It's
exact
more
values,
utility.
but yeah, the damage from a fully charged bow shot is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
Which also makes sense why they give it to you so late in the game.
Yeah.
So here I'm manipulating Link to get a two-hand ledge grab, which is faster. And here's when I brake slide with an item again. Gotta come back later. And there you can cancel having to drop down after the claw shot by just interrupting, like, standing on the ledge, basically. Pretty precise.
Yeah, so for comparison to sword damage, I think a Master Sword Slash does 16.
Yeah. Long sword and white sword are 8, and goddess sword is 4.
Yeah.
And spin attacks, each hit of the spin attack does 1.5 times, so like 24 for a master sword.
Yep.
There are some, like, actually bosses, some of them have unique interactions with certain items. I think for Kalaktos earlier, everything except for Skyward Strikes, the big swords, and well, evidently bow shots, since you aren't supposed to have the bow, is nerfed to deal only 1 damage in the last, like the second phase of the fight. But they didn't account for Skyward Strikes, which is why the one cycle works on hero mode at least.
Yeah, before that was found, the fight was like 1.5 minutes long.
Nice slingshot snipe.
Yep. Yeah, I wrote it in my slingshot pellets, so I'll only be using it one more time. Because I can just use the claw shot from now on.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I guess once I finish sand chip, I'll have the bow too, so.
actually, I don't know. Do we have a table of damage values on like ZSR for Skyward Sword?
I think there is somewhere. I don't know where it is, but I think there's like a combat page that talks about it.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time in this task optimizing combat. I think it turned out pretty well. It's pretty complicated, but very fun to watch.
Okay, yes. We only have a damage table for the sword, but not for any other damage sources. And now we do sailing.
This is
Yay.
not Wind Waker.
Without a sail.
Yeah.
We do electric motor.
I don't even know
boating.
where the motor is. It's not even there. Or the propeller.
Probably-
Where's the propeller?
Eh.
It's at the bottom
It's
somewhere.
advanced. It's advanced technology
Time.
from
Magic.
this game's past, but the future relative to us.
So Skipper's Retreat is really cool. I did some tricks to make a P-hat cycle earlier, which saved like 10 seconds over the first time I did it. So that was the biggest time save I got from redoing it. Gonna somehow not get hit by that cactus. And that's a last slingshot pellet.
Slingshot fans in shambles.
Yep.
It's
Clawshot fans rise up.
Yeah, it's
So
really
nice to
fast.
see this being done quickly, because this is like, at least when I'm playing, the spot where I'm most likely to just miss the clawshot target.
Yeah. So here I'm gonna do some camera manipulation to keep the P-hat off screen for a certain amount of time. And this will allow me to make a cycle faster. Because the P-hats don't move if you have them off screen.
Yeah, it keeps in line with the general mechanic of actors freezing when they're off screen.
Yep. So we did a
That-
little strat there where we aggravated the Deku Baba so we could claw shot on without getting hit.
Yeah, it has a hitbox when it's emerging from the plant, but not while it's just standing there.
Yeah. And we can instantly open the chest.
Robot's doing the Titanic in one of these pictures. Just noticed.
Yep.
Oh yeah, and this is the part in the task where I discovered perfect doors. So from this point on, you'll be seeing perfect doors everywhere.
I guess you wanna. Well, I guess side hopping there would have been faster, regardless of if you could take damage
Yeah.
or not.
Yeah, so side hopping speed actually decreases rapidly when Link's arms start falling.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So in Fire Sanctuary, there's a place where you dive down, and it's just barely not possible to make it because of that fact that you lose speed
it's a
after.
it's a
you-
problem you have to be aware of if you're running moon jump categories, because side hopping is typically like the fastest way if you have the ability to retain height with the moon jump. But if you fall for too long, then you start rapidly attenuating speed.
Next up, we gotta go sail to the shipyard, which ultimately does
This
not actually
looks
help you in
easy,
the
but it's
story.
actually- Yeah, this looks easy, but it's actually very easy to bonk on these walls. the hitbox for the ship is pretty large.
With frog.
Yeah, Rip Frog.
So
Who's excited
the
for minecarts?
oh boy,
Hmm.
but the item in the chest that we just got was the sea chart, which gives you access to the rest of the Sand Sea. If you don't go up and get it, then Skipper doesn't allow you to go over here.
Because obviously it would be impossible to find your way without this map.
Exactly.
Of course. Yeah, so for these stairs, they are actual stairs. They have geometry that is actually like steps. So it's actually faster to roll up them because if you brake slide, it gives you less speed than if you were to roll. For some reason. But other stairs are just like a slope, so it's faster to brake slide up them.
As we can see, this is clearly very different than what happens RTA.
Yep, so we can jump right before we hit the ending because it applies the brakes, but if you jump at a specific time, you can kind of get more speed than if you were to just brake normally.
Yeah, the jump kind of allows you to hit the end of the track sooner. And you can get
and
out
that
sooner.
also, yeah, jumping also preserves speed, so you'll be seeing some more jumps later when I want to preserve speed. But for the most part, it's not useful, just because you can get these speed boosts, and if you're jumping, you can't get a speed boost. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you were to just let the minecart go over the gap there without jumping, you would lose a bunch of speed.
Yep. So here's the first jump we're gonna see. I think this saved like 10 frames. Just preserved speed a little better. This one saved some time too. Yeah, it's pretty hard to save time on the minecart ride, but I think I managed to save 20 frames over RTA.
I mean, for that section, that's pretty good, because, yeah, it's not a whole lot to improve on there.
Yeah. The timing is very lenient to get those speed boosts. Yeah, so this is where I found that it's possible to kill him without backing him into a corner.
No, there's no ship here.
And I don't think I mentioned this earlier, but you can actually stun his eyes with the claw shot and the slingshot, and that allows you to kill him faster, because normally he would like close his talons and then go through a whole animation.
This is the point in the story where Fi's like, well, I guess we didn't actually need to go here. Let's try somewhere else. Like, great, thanks.
Yeah, it can be a pretty jarring section of the run.
Yeah, because this, the lead up to Sandship is definitely the longest, lead up to like of the like ancient cistern sandship and
Second
fire
phase
sanctuary dungeons.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's because Sand Sea itself takes so long.
Yeah, I think it was like 35 minutes to get the sand ship from Neighbor Silent Realm or something like that.
Yeah, I
remember
think it's
that.
just the Nehru things. I mean, in the first phase, I also think in the Nehru mining facility takes the longest to get to on the
Yeah.
first phase dungeons.
Sand ship is also the longest dungeon in this run. But it's a very cool one.
I guess that kind of checks out, especially with the boss fight.
Yeah, the boss fight is pretty bad. Yeah, it's not Fire Sanctuary because of how much time I saved in it. I saved 40 seconds from my IL I made a year ago.
If it weren't for those 40 seconds, would Fire Sanctuary have been longer?
Yeah, I would have.
Oh, okay, so they're pretty similar. Yeah.
So Pirate Stronghold, great music, but you won't be hearing a lot of it. The game really likes to prioritize enemy music over the normal background music.
Yeah.
Slide just directly across the sand.
Yep. So here, I had an idea to do a similar mechanic to bomb pushing. For any objects that you can like move with Link, like droppable items, you can actually push this orb with Link's body, but it's very heavy, so Link doesn't actually get enough speed for it to be worth doing. But it would be pretty crazy if it saved time. Doing this for like 50 seconds straight would be crazy.
Yeah, sounds like it would
Yeah.
make this
Even
area
doing
take
it for-
much longer to TAS.
Yeah, doing
It's
that
perfect
bomb
to
push for
understand.
2 seconds took me like 5 hours. Mainly because I didn't know how to go about doing it, but it got easier with practice. And here we're gonna avoid all the Dekubabas.
Yeah, RTA.
Very scary,
Uh,
especially on 2 hearts.
yeah, RTA usually stops and waits for the Dekubabas to finish popping out because, like Yal mentioned earlier, they have a. When the Dekubabas pop out, they have an active hurt box, but then it goes away unless they like try to immediately attack you again.
Yeah, so we did
Jump
a little
slash.
jump slash there to skip cutscene.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Nice
the
block.
orb actually hit the top of the beam, so I didn't get hit by it. Get another bomb drop. And I think this will be the last bomb drop of the run.
Did not look
Yeah,
like that
yeah.
should have been
That-
placed.
That was very precise. That took me multiple hours. Yeah, normally you would have to be like standing still to place the orb, but if you're in a very precise position, you can just place it, even though you're not supposed to. Like you can see how it teleported away for like a frame or two, and then went back. It's not supposed to be like that.
Yeah, I don't know why. For some reason, placing down that orbs on this pedestal specifically has a tendency to fail the first time.
Yep. And also, we dropped the orb to the side so we can make it through the lasers, because it's actually faster to exit this way. It skips a cutscene.
Yeah. It actually doesn't matter if the energy is in or not, it just needs to be activated for a short second.
Yep. And for some reason, this Phi text doesn't replenish your stamina for whatever reason. So, had to manage my stamina.
A lot of Phi texts are like that. I imagine they made that as like a general rule so that you couldn't like call Phi yourself to refill your stamina.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably just a fail safe for like quicksand and whatnot. Because like I think picking up rupees also doesn't refill your stamina, or like anything where Link holds the item out in front of him versus holding it above him doesn't refill stamina. But now that we finally got Zelda's face on the dowsing wheel again, we can go to the sand ship.
Yep. So we're gonna do some cool blind shots on the sand ship. We're not gonna douse a single time. This took a while to do. The sand ship always appears in the same spot, but it's hard to know where it is. There isn't like a way to see it without dowsing. And pre-fire shot before the cutscene.
Why did it turn around? That's interesting.
I don't know.
It's kind of.
I think it always does that. The previous time I did it, it did the same thing. So I think it's just because I got there so fast, maybe.
So this really long loading zone.
Yeah, this loading zone specifically is really long. So we're gonna save at this statue. Gonna need a death warp later. Yeah, for tasking these perfect doors, it's very hard because you kind of have to like turn Link, like get his angle and position while sprinting. It's very hard. And as I said, I had to get within 0.5 units of his position, and I matched the angle perfectly. But I think you can actually be within 200 units and still get a perfect door of his angle.
I tell us there's a bus door here. Didn't know they existed.
I don't know how we would have found that without that Phi text.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, a stupidly fast combo lock.
Yep.
And we already know the solution, so we didn't have to blow away all the sand.
Yeah, I equipped shield here, but I actually didn't use it fighting Skirbo, so just looks funny, I guess.
Yeah, it's wild seeing seeing an actual no bit run of the game and being like, oh yeah, all these cutscenes exist that were removed in the randomizer.
Hmm.
The game must show you anytime you did anything remotely significant.
So, gonna do a vertical spin attack. Stab him a couple times. Do another vertical spin attack, and first phase done. So doing a underhand spin attack makes him vulnerable sooner, so you get more distance on him. And he's dead.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the cutscenes of the fight are longer than the fight itself.
Yeah.
That's true with most bosses in this game, honestly.
And Fi is like, did you know you defeated the enemy? Good job.
Get a bow.
You got the bow. Now you have to know
Probably
about it.
shoot with it. Look, you could shoot something like this.
It's actually possible to hit the target from like where you stand out here, but it's not faster.
Now, it could be that Fi's never seen a bow before, so she's analyzing and figuring out how it's used in real time.
It's fair, it's fair.
Yeah, the reason why it's not faster is because I can get a roll in when I shoot that. And if I shot it from like the deck where we get the bow, it would cause the Phi text to start when I open the door. So it would lose some movement frames.
Makes sense. Yeah, so here we jumped up onto the edge where the ladder is here because we can actually get past the electric fence this way to skip having to do the sequence to unblock the time shift stone by just exiting and then re-entering the dungeon.
Yeah, this is a relatively new trick called mass. Well, mass skip has existed for a long time, but this version of it was found recently. Yeah, so there we're facing away from the boat, and that just delays the cutscene, but we open the door, so it doesn't play the cutscene at all.
Now we have to do the sequence where we activate both of the generators so that we can go and get the second small key, so that we can get the boss key.
So we're going to do a little strat where we drop a bomb to scare the goblins, and we just pull the block without them interfering. This was actually a very old strat, but I think the video was deleted.
Interesting. Also, I like
Yeah,
how
this
the
was like
goblins lose object permanence there as
Yeah.
you go behind the cube.
I tried to RNG
Oh.
manipulate them to hit me off the block, because then I would have like control of Link, but I couldn't get it. And even if they did, they do electric damage, which stuns Link, so it wouldn't have been any faster, really.
Yeah. Nice Fi call to
Oh, yeah.
skip that cutscene, by the way.
Yeah, I forgot to mention there. I did a frame perfect Phi call to skip that lifeboat cutscene, and that gave me access to the bow, and I could shoot it. Or I could shoot the target while the boat was rising up. That actually didn't save much time. I think it saved like 2 seconds because we actually need the boat to be lowered later, so we're gonna have to lower it again.
Yeah.
So it doesn't save much time. This room took me like 4 days to TAS. Keys RNG is terrible. Like
Oh, yeah.
basically every time I TAS this, I would just shoot the keys instead of the target. Like they have a huge hitbox for some reason.
And now, second generator. Between the cutscenes of the generators, the time opening doors, and the cutscenes of opening and closing switches, Pretty sure that section is just mostly cutscenes.
Yeah, most of this dungeon is cutscenes. So we're gonna do a ST exclusive glitch called ladder side hop. I don't know why that just doesn't work on the HD version, but you can just side hop instead of climbing the ladder.
I think it was probably because of the update to 60 FPS. Link can't cross the boundary of the ladder.
And you cannot
quick
get
enough.
past this without getting crushed, sadly. But if you could, it'd
Unfortunate.
save like 5 seconds. Yeah, so we're on a cycle here, but it's very easy to make for a TAS. So I'm gonna do a little trick here where I pull a bomb into a cutscene, and that saves time over just dropping it normally, or putting it down normally. Now that I think about it, it actually might be possible. There's like one frame between when you collect the key and when the text closes. I think it might be possible to get hit with the bomb on that frame and like, skip the rest of the cutscene.
Oh yeah, true.
I've
Yeah,
never
'cause-
tested that.
The bomb like started flashing.
Yeah.
Uh,
I actually tested that later at like before the minecart escort for life tree seedling when the little robot guy tells you that you have the life tree seedling or that you planted it, and I did the death warp and he talked to me from all the way across the map. So yeah.
You can't escape him.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it sounds like it might work because I'm going to a different.
This is a super
Ooh.
precise bow shot. Saves like 4 seconds from having to turn on the time shift stone here.
Yeah, and then also, and I guess you wouldn't have to kill the Beatmos still, but yeah.
Yeah.
And we finally got the boss key.
So this is where I have to shoot the boat down again, since I didn't do it before. But I can do another Phi call to skip the cutscene.
I'm not sure if it'd be faster for a TAS, but I know for like randomizer purposes, because usually we like to do that side hop off, or that backflip off of the boat as well. I figured out that it is possible to do a similar thing, like right after a mass skip, where you shoot the boat down and then you have to be kind of careful with the camera, but you can cancel the cutscene as you're like if you shoot down the boat and then enter the captain's cabin door.
Oh, never thought about that. I mean, it wouldn't save time anyways, because I have to wait. And the boat moves while calling Phi, so...
We also had to route in that picking up the arrow refill during the time shift stone cutscene.
Yeah, you wouldn't have enough arrows to do the Tantalus battle, like the first phase of it.
Yeah,
But it didn't waste any time, so...
I was thinking, like, if you could... I don't think with TAS tools, you could, like, consistently get the batteries to be low.
Oh yeah, true.
'Cause I
Because that's a
think
shorter
the-
message than the normal phi call, right?
Yeah, because the
Yeah.
batteries being low is a shorter message.
Yeah.
But
I
I'm
think
not-
there
I'm
actually
not sure
is a
what you would
setting
do
in
that.
Dolphin where you can set the Wii Remote battery, but I think that might cause a desync. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
There is actually some routing I had to do in Fire Sanctuary to keep my health above 2 hearts, so I wouldn't get the low health Phi call, which is really slow.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Because if you have 2 hearts and call Phi, she has like a really long-winded text instead of just like the normal one.
I mean, the low battery thing would only be a one-time use either way,
That's also true, yeah.
unless you save and quit. I think, and then you go back and you get another use of it.
So how long the tentacles take to appear is RNG, so I had to do some manipulation there. And I also manipulated an arrow drop. So,
Yeah, you also have to wait for a little bit of time after Tendulus's eye opens before it's actually vulnerable. Shot there, which is why you waited on the shot there a little bit.
yeah, this boss has a lot of downtime.
Nice front hop.
Oh yeah, I don't know if we mentioned this, but if you jump into water after you defeat all the tentacles, he appears faster. So that's why we're pointing out after each one.
Good to know that that's faster for.
Yeah, I actually timed this.
like-
I've tried manipulating it, and the best RNG isn't even faster.
'Cause I knew that. I think like boss rush aisles were doing that strat because the void out doesn't count towards your in-game time. It's good to know it's also faster for RTA.
Yeah, in a boss rush, it's faster to void out twice after you defeat the tentacles, but that's only for like in-game time for the timer.
Yeah.
So here we're gonna break slide up.
It is,
Yeah, that was pretty close.
It is actually possible, due to how the boat rocks, to like just run up the wall and grab the ledge, but unfortunately there's an invisible wall there that prevents you from climbing up until the second phase is
really?
actually supposed to start. Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
Nice wiggle.
Yep. It'd be really cool if you could preserve full speed with an untargeted break slide. Because your speed in other Zelda games tapers off way slower when you're not holding target.
Lowest boss is done.
Yep.
In less than 3 hours.
Yeah.
Pretty sure that's like... What is this now? Like, almost 20 minutes ahead of RTA, I think?
Think so, yeah.
Let me see.
Yeah, okay, RTA record is just beating Pirate Stronghold.
And Sandshift split is at like 3:21:55, so
Yeah.
just under 22 minutes ahead.
Can't believe you didn't pick up the heart container. How could you do this?
Yeah, I taunted you too. So it is possible to do a 1-frame backflip, but his text trigger is huge, so even if you did the backflip, you'd still activate the text.
Now we once again do an exciting flight to the Isle of Songs.
One more song.
Yep.
I'm curious for, like, I guess this next trip to the Isle of Songs, aside from the sword charging up slightly faster, were you essentially able to just copy exactly what you did before?
I actually think the sword charges up at the same speed
Oh,
for
it does?
the white sword and the long sword. I'm pretty sure, yeah, because
Oh,
I had the
okay.
same roll spacing. Because like for the previous ones, I had to wait like 1 or 2 extra frames from charging the Skyward Strike to actually hit it,
Right.
and I had to do the same one for this one. So I'm pretty sure they have the same charge up time. And I think that only changes when you get the True Master
True
Sword.
Master Sword, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought it scaled.
Yeah,
With
I
the
think it
sword
maybe does a
upgrade.
normal
Hero
mode.
thing.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I know in normal mode the damage scales somewhat with your sword, but in hero mode it's just
the
16
charging
all the
time
way
also.
throughout.
Like if you do like the very first cutscene
To when you grab the sword, it takes like way longer to charge.
Oh,
way
the
longer.
interesting thing about that is that they the game specifically checks for if you have exactly the practice sword there, which is why in like the back in time speedruns you charge up pretty quickly when you're picking it up because you have no sword, or if you're like playing a randomizer and you have a goddess sword or higher, it'll also be faster.
Yeah, normally it's like a really slow cutscene to charge a Skyward Strike, but if you already have practice sword, it does it faster.
Yeah, I guess with.
Or rather, if you have goddess sword, I think, right?
It's if you have no sword or at least goddess sword. It's like it's
Yeah.
only slow if you have specifically a practice sword.
Yeah.
Because they probably don't even have something specific to that area. It's probably just a general item. Like, if you probably hacked the game to let you charge Skyward Strike to the practice sword, it'd probably be that speed, I would imagine.
Yeah, so I guess with the. Back to my original question of, like, were you able to just essentially copy and paste inputs at all?
No, I don't
okay.
think with current knowledge you can copy WeMotion Plus DTM inputs.
Yeah,
Even
that's
if I
fair.
did, it would probably desync like 100% of the time. But I basically just like did the same route, I guess, like the same amount of jumps. I got the same angle on the plate, so it was basically the exact same.
Yeah.
I just wasn't able to copy the inputs. I just had to recreate them.
Yeah, I guess also it's possible that the loading could be slightly different somehow
Yeah.
compared to the previous time. Nice tornado.
Yeah. Just fly right under it.
My favorite is when the tornado just spawns right in front of the zipper there. It's like, well, I guess I can't take the zipper now.
So Elden Trial is probably the boring, like most boring Talent Realm. I didn't really find anything new for it, so sad.
It's surprised the first statue wasn't checked on that map.
Yeah.
I thought that would be checked with the cutscene when you land in there.
Yeah, I don't think.
I think it's only true for the. I think it's only true for the sealed grounds statue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because they're operating under the assumption that you would have had to have used a statue to get out.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I think Elden Trial is also the longest of the ones in this run.
Yeah, it's like a minute longer, I think.
Because the other ones you can kind of route in a circle, more or less. But this one is more like you have to branch out in one direction and then come back to the center, branch out in another direction, come back to the center, and then branch out in a third direction and come back to the center. Just due to...
I had a theory where you could do like parkour on the rocks, like when you cross that little skull platform, like do some parkour and get around, but it wasn't possible.
Oh, unfortunate.
It was pretty close to working though. But for the most part, like most of the ideas I thought of actually worked, which was really nice. Yeah, so right here, you see the little rocks? I tried to like parkour across them and get to the other side, but it wasn't possible.
It's just too much distance between them.
It probably wouldn't even save much time.
True, yeah.
I tried side hopping onto this rope, but I didn't get enough height for it to work. But it would have placed me in a better angle.
Ah, nice little jump right there, instead of running up or front hopping up.
Yep. Yeah. Most of the time, it is actually faster to side hop down, but you don't get an auto roll from it. So, just jump down usually.
At least in RTA runs, I always find stamina managing this part specifically always feels awkward and never correct.
Yeah, even weird for a TAS. Because you always want to be able to roll whenever your speed is 0, you always want to be able to roll to get to full speed instantly, but sometimes it's just a trade-off, like, do I want to skip rolling here to get a roll here? Like, you just have to pick and choose what you want.
Yeah.
Brake sliding can only get you so far.
Visually, it feels like Link should have landed in the waking water there.
Yeah. This too is very close.
Yeah.
So we're gonna do a side hop here, so we don't grab the ledge, we just go straight up. It's actually very precise.
Interesting. I know that the waking water here is actually a non-slippable surface. So
Oh, could you brake slide up it?
you could brake slide up it, yeah. Obviously, you don't want to touch the waking water, though, because that causes a cutscene and will be really slow.
Yep. Alright, so we have one more Silent Realm, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah. Surely we'll see it there.
There is indeed another Silent Realm that exists. Whoa, vanilla fire shield earrings. How'd that happen?
Damn, that's pretty lucky.
Alright, now be sure to save and quit and copy to file 1.
True, file 1 is blank right now.
I'm gonna need this entrance.
Oh.
Oh no!
Ah,
Oh no.
I think it desynced.
No, that's okay.
Find some other way to get the gate of time.
Yeah, we'll just
So
improvise.
here I roll into the cutscene in a specific spot because it's actually variable how long it takes for Link to get into a position. So try to get as close to possible. As close as possible to it. Another place that C-upping is faster.
We also picked up water much earlier in the run, so we don't have to go to where the waterfall is to get it. And now we can
Yeah,
douse
and
Forgotten
this-
cubes.
This does not look like it should work. We pour
Yeah.
water on the wall. Yeah, if you brake slide while holding the water, it pours the water where it should normally, but you can still slide during it. And do another one here.
Like just strolling up to pour some water down.
It's actually faster to side hop here too instead of running up the wall. Yeah, so it isn't possible that we know of yet to get past this wall without the water basin.
Yeah.
Or
At least
RBM,
in
but
no pits.
obviously,
Yeah, true.
obviously we're not doing that in this category.
Yeah, the hitbox is gigantic, so you would need to like clip out of bounds and get around it.
And there is an out of bounds section there, but not
Yeah.
one close enough to get you anywhere. If we had a way of not only getting into the dungeon early, but just getting into Volcano Summit early, with the other sequence breaks that you can do in Nobe would actually be another pretty major time save because of
Yeah.
how few uses the bow has now.
Yeah, isn't it like theoretically possible to do like extending or like an ending blow on a bokoblin to get into Volcano Summit early?
I don't know. I know we experimented with pushing a
No.
bokoblin that far, but the problem is that it like disappears when you cross
Yeah,
the
Yes.
room boundary.
because of room
you unload.
boundaries.
You also have to
Goodness.
go really far back because even if you're like in the loading zone, the phi trigger will take priority,
Yeah.
and she
Yeah,
makes you
it's-
walk back a while. So you have to be so far in that even after you walk back, you're still inside the loading zone.
Yeah.
It is very easy to get above the loading zone.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you could like clip
Fortunately,
through the floor. That would be
yeah.
Yeah.
that'd be good enough.
Or just
Until someone
you know,
finds scene clipping in this game.
They patched the one we knew about, unfortunately.
Yeah. Or unset the trigger with another trigger, but that also seems impossible at the moment.
Unset the trigger with the low battery message.
Kind of like calling Phi and skipping the cutscene. It's possible with the cutscene that prevents you from moving to. If there were another event playing at the same time, it would just cancel both events because you queued up the other one. And at the end of the event, it would be like, close all events, and then it would just remove the event from the Fire Sanctuary.
Sadly, you
At
can't
the
call Phi while you're on fire.
Yes, you
Yeah,
can call
that too.
Phi. And it probably still, even then, you would need to first trigger the entrance cutscene and then trigger another event. It's a very specific thing.
Yeah, also, like we mentioned earlier, the water basin here, this is the real reason we have to go to Skyview 2, because there is a very precise way of clipping into Ancient Cistern early, but it's not useful, because if we do that, then we wouldn't be able to get the basin later. Used for entering Fire Sanctuary.
Would you be able to go back and like still do the quest if you did the skip? Or would
I don't
it just
think-
like not
I don't
work?
think so, because I think it changes the layer of
It changes
the dragon
layer
layer.
of
Yeah.
the dragon layer, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We have had mention of layers roughly every 1 hour and 40 minutes.
Hey.
But yeah, I don't even, like, that trick to get into Ancient Cistern is, like, stupidly precise. It
Yeah.
took me, like, 3 hours with emulator save states to get it once. Now we're definitely going to escort Scrapper up the entire mountain.
Mhm.
Yep. But instead we're gonna
You
go
know.
to the sky for some reason.
Yeah, he can just do it himself, honestly. Like, he can fly. I don't know why he's just not, like, fly high enough and just...
Yeah, I don't know. He did just fly all the way here. But according to him, now he's, quote, tired.
Ah. Well, let's see about that, if he's really tired, because I feel like he's gonna be able to follow up to the upper part real quick.
Yeah,
Say
so
hello
we're
to
gonna
the other instant text box.
Yep. Yeah, there's like, I think 3 instant text boxes in the whole game. There's one in, like, leading up to Ancient Cistern with the water dragon, and then there's one before you start the minecart escort, and then that one there. There might be others, but I don't really know. So I could have taken damage during Tentacle, but that would have needed me to use bombs, so instead I can use that guy. And just quickly Death Warp.
Because we want to kill that guy so that he doesn't scare Scrapper.
So this will spawn Scrapper up here instead.
Scrapper's back.
And I actually have to wait a little bit here because if I went too quickly, he would say wait up and then he would die from the book opens. So you do actually have to wait for Scrapper for a little bit.
Kind of surprised that Moblin still needed that many hits after all those bow shots.
So you're gonna take a damage on purpose. Just make it there before he dies. Yeah, so if I went too early, he would say, like, if I reach a loading zone, he would say come back. But if you wait until the last possible moment, you can ignore that.
Just leave Scrapper to fight for himself.
Yeah, much faster lead up to this dungeon compared to Sandship.
I mean, this includes having to fly all the way back to Farron, but yeah, still a bit faster.
Alright, so before entering Fire Sanctuary, I guess I'll explain what we're about to do. So we're going to do a cutscene skip by hitting the bud on the same frame we activate the statue. So that skips a little cutscene. And now we're going to have a trick that I found for this. Actually, an HD runner Flow found this, but I improved it. So you can lure this guy over here, and then do a lava hop.
Ah.
So this saves like 5 seconds to having the platform just go normally. Pretty cool.
Very smart.
Yeah. And then we're gonna do a cutscene skip by jump slashing it and opening the door. Normally there'd be a Magma Elder talking to you about stuff.
Ooh, skip.
So before entering this room, I had to do some RNG manipulation. There's this lava hand in the next room, and it's actually RNG, the pathing you can do. So here you're going to see he goes down. It's actually possible for him to go to the side as well, and that's a lot slower because it'll take him longer to get to the pad. I think that saved 3 seconds, so quite a lot of time. And we have a Dark Lizalfos fight. This is going to be really intense, right?
No.
They spit dark energy instead of fire.
It's plain beam.
Yeah, so if you slash at them, they'll like kind of taunt you, and then you can just spin attack and ending blow to kill them. So we're gonna do a beetle bomb trick here. Skip having to grab another bomb. And this is another area where equipping sword to get rid of beetle saved a lot of time. See, I just equipped claw shot instantly.
And we have to go over to get the small key, which
Oh yeah,
mostly
I forgot to mention.
cutscenes.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that jump off the platform. I actually had to weigh it down, so I would have like the slope would be facing downwards when I jump because you have more speed.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
If I
Makes
just
sense.
jump normally, I would have less speed and wouldn't be able to make it. Yeah, it was really nice that I had the old TAS to work off of. Just able to time things really quickly.
Does the like perfect door, I guess, methodology apply to locked doors, or does it not really
No.
matter?
It only applies to like wooden doors. It doesn't apply
Doors
to
with
these type of
handles.
dungeon doors.
It does with the
Yeah.
handles.
Yeah, the single turny knobs.
Yeah, these doors you could be far away and still have the same animation. Like same animation length.
So for this fight, can do a neat thing where you can hit both of the Magmanos with the water pod.
Yep.
Kill both of
And then you
them
call
once.
Phi here to skip a cutscene of the lava flowing down. And that's why I wanted to have 4 hearts here. If I had 2 hearts, I would have gotten a low health warning. It would have taken like 20, maybe like 15 seconds.
Now we get the bigger diggers,
Yep.
which interestingly, if you get the magma mitts but don't get the digging mitts, you can't dig stuff up. You can only dig in tunnels because their abilities are separate.
That makes sense. I guess the magma mitts don't have the capabilities for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, normally this cutscene of the camera panning around would play before you entered that tunnel, but you can actually like precisely dig in the tunnel to skip it. I don't think it saves any time.
I think, because I think you can just interact with the dig spot instantly after the cutscene. But if for some reason you can't, then it would save time to have it.
Oh wait,
play there.
actually, yeah, it does save time because you don't have control of Link if you like watch a cutscene. So yeah, that does save time. I'd have to wait to dig in there if I watch the cutscene. So here we're gonna do a pretty cool trick. Just skip claw shotting. Jump around. Take damage while we're at it too.
Very nice. Killer jump with no setup.
Yeah, I tried to get it with the side op, but it didn't work.
Yeah, imagine with all those goblin archers in the way. Difficult to avoid.
Yeah, and one kind of small mechanic that is being used here is that the direction that you dig into the hole actually influences which direction Link starts crawling first. So that's why.
Yeah, so I had to break,
we
slide, turn to face the right way.
Yeah, so that Link would start crawling in the direction we want.
Isn't this the one of the few crawl spaces that actually does that?
Yeah, because
I don't
there are 4 directions you can start at initially. I know some of them force like a specific direction though.
Yeah, because
But-
other crawl spaces only allow you to dig in one direction. Oh yeah, and we don't have to rescue the magma in the SD version. It's not
Poor
required.
guy.
Also, just skip this fight.
RNG manipulation so that the Moldorm is not blocking the passage immediately at the start. I don't know if that was necessary at all or if it just worked out the first time, but
Yeah, it just worked out the first time.
nice. And yeah, normally the game doesn't want you to leave before you save the magma, but you can just death warp to get around that.
Yeah, I think on the HD version, it doesn't work, right?
Yeah, they added an extra trigger that you can't, that you just respawn in that room if you die until you've saved the magma.
Yeah, so this is another case of stairs being slopes instead of actual geometry of stairs.
Yeah, for the most part, I think. Actually, I guess. Actually, I don't know what the ratio of slope stairs to actual stairs is in this game. Because the ones in Skyview Spring and Earth Spring are actual stairs, or the ones on Skyloft.
Yeah, and that's why you can bonk on those ones easily.
Yeah.
Gallop's actually mostly slopes.
I was thinking
So
of the,
you go ahead.
I was just thinking of the one that connects the Goddess Statue Island. Or at least it feels like stairs. Maybe I'm wrong, but
So I actually did some RNG manipulation on Platts to get the fastest possible way to catch him. That was 4 seconds faster than my old TAS.
nice. Yeah, I was like,
Nice.
that's not the usual pattern he takes.
Yeah. Yeah, that took a long time to manipulate. Because you want Platts to be running at full speed for the longest amount of time. So you want him to take the shortest path, basically, and that's the shortest path.
Not accepting his heart piece gift.
Yeah. So I actually killed this Bokoblin archer because after the cutscene, I want to flip my camera around 180 degrees to hit the plant. But if the Bokoblin archer was there, I wouldn't be able to target to turn the camera around. So I had to kill him.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's something I didn't do in the first TAS, and that's why I knew to do it now. And we're gonna get chased by Butter.
Yep. No, it is butter that will burn you if you touch it.
True. Is it an instant game over if you get hit by it?
Pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The timing is so lenient. I don't think anyone has ever got caught by the lava.
Well, if you try to get faked out by the other stamina fruit, I think you can definitely get hit.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, so there I can just flip the camera around instantly instead of having to slowly move the camera.
Yeah, want to shoot that as fast as possible so we don't have to wait for platform to form up for very long.
Yeah, so this is, I mentioned earlier that it was almost possible to side hop here instead of diving. I was short 10 units, it was not much, but Yeah, if you're losing altitude, your side up speed will just decrease. So this fight's pretty cool. We're gonna single them out, so we're gonna do this guy first, dodge the other guy's attack. Can kill that guy too.
It was interesting how, like, I think if you input an ending blow frame perfectly, Link will use like his normal like sword slash voice lines instead of spin attack voice lines.
Oh, I never noticed that.
Oh,
So
yeah,
now
I
we're
didn't
gonna
know
have
about that
a
either.
long break sliding section up here.
Or, well, I'm not sure if it's because it was frame perfect, but I noticed it on like the extending blow in Deep Woods 1 as well.
I
So
think it's because I actually input a slash for frame and then ending blow. That might be
oh,
why.
yeah, actually that would make
Hmm.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Most of the time I was just lazy with it, and I would just input a slash and then do the nunchuck input a frame after. Because doing them at the same time is like surprisingly difficult to TAS for some reason.
Yeah, aside from like moving into the bomb explosions kind of early, I'm not sure there's much optimization over RTA here. I guess the Platts thing was pretty good.
Yeah, and the lava hand RNG manipulation earlier, that saved a lot of time.
Oh yes, I was speaking specifically about like the moving in
Oh.
the grid here. Yeah.
Yeah. The biggest optimization will come during the Gear M2 boss fight. Saved 12 seconds over my old TAS.
Hmm. And that fight's
You'll see
already
some-
pretty fast.
Yeah, I think it's actually only a second slower than the Gear M1 fight, which is pretty crazy.
Wow.
And he has considerably more health this time around. Oh yeah, I didn't mention this earlier, but if you roll over switches precisely, you can actually like move after you hit the switch, but it's not faster to do that here because I can just side up frame perfectly.
Q.
Yep. Alright, so we're going to do the same thing for the first phase with spin attack cancels. I optimized it a little bit by trying to get Link's sword as close to him as possible, so you're going to see they're going to happen instantly. Like that. And for the second phase, I'm just going to let it play out. So
Yep.
yeah,
Need to...
if you RNG manipulate him to do the lunge or like slashing attack, you can actually like low profile him to hit upwards and miss your hitbox. And so we can do that to get more hits. I think you can get 8 hits out of that attack versus like the normal block attack, which you can only get 6 or 5, I think. I don't remember, but that ended up being 12 seconds faster.
Need to
Yeah,
buff
that's pretty
his-
crazy.
You need to buff his slash hitboxes there.
Yeah, I can't tell if that was intentional or not because it's very
Yeah, because I feel
precise
like
to do.
I've seen something similar with like Gear Him 3 with like the Great Sword. If you get up really close, you can also avoid getting hit.
Yeah, I actually did that on the Gear M3 boss fight
Ooh,
with the Master Sword.
spoilers.
So yeah, I think that Fire Sanctuary was a 16 48. And the previous one I did was a 1720, I believe. So about
Yeah.
30 seconds.
A significant improvement.
Yeah, and for a point of reference, that would put you about 25 minutes ahead of RTA. It looks like the split for that was 4 hours and 45 seconds.
All right, so
Yeah, that's quite a lot of time in mostly a glitchless run.
yeah,
And with RTA record having faster loads.
so we're missing one slot on the item wheel. We're definitely going to fill in that slot, right?
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course.
Okay, just making
Very
sure.
important. Otherwise, we can't defeat the mice, I'm sure.
Yeah. There is actually a bug catcher strat for Demise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking about.
I doubt it'd be faster though.
No.
You have to, because you'd have to wait long enough that he uses a Skyward Strike, which means
Yeah.
you're not doing like the optimal second phase thing anyway.
Yeah. Kudos to the person who tried that and it actually worked.
Now we're coming up to everyone's once again favorite boss,
Yippee.
the Imprisoned.
Yep.
He's back and he's more popular than ever,
Hmm.
which is to say that
This
one person
is-
now likes him.
Yeah, RTA, this is the most difficult boss, I think.
I would say so.
Yeah,
Link could also just use the sword and activate the Gate of Time and go to the past.
Yeah, why don't you try that?
Unfortunately, he
They can
decides against it. Yeah, exactly.
You
I mean,
only,
it's
you only
time
be,
travel.
be in there for like a minute or so at most.
Yeah.
40 seconds maybe. Here's the thing about this cutscene trigger. When I was like trying to route moon jump no bit, I was like, oh, I can jump over this trigger, but it actually stays there even after you complete the fight, and like
Mhm.
you'd end up getting soft locked because Groose is no longer there, so the camera pan happens.
Nice.
But
So there is a strat where you can call Phi to, like, because the air still activates while you're calling Phi, but I have 2 hearts, and that would give me a low health message, which would cost a lot of time. And it won't be fast to take damage elsewhere.
that's a nice jump.
Yep, did that for swag.
Yeah, unlike the first Imprisoned, you can just stay on his head for the second fight. And for some of the third fight, but
Yeah, the third
Doesn't-
fight he flies
doesn't
up,
save as
and
much
you
time
can
in
stay
that
on his
one.
head. Yeah.
I wonder if for damage routing, if you could like somehow sneak in bombing yourself off of the
Oh, that's
like the
actually a
head
good
at the end
point.
here.
I don't
might
think
have to,
there's
like-
enough time between the
yeah.
cutscene, like, to pull a bomb and slash it. I think so.
I think you might have to preemptively pull a bomb, and then you have to be careful not to slash it too early.
Yeah. Yeah, because the strat to get in his head earlier saves like 3 seconds. If you want to see that, check out my boss rush TAS, which I made like a year ago. Actually, almost exactly a year ago. Oh yeah, and Groose is going to give us a little push during this cutscene. You're going to hear him here. There he is.
Good timing on that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure if his scream is controlled by RNG, but It's pretty funny that it happened there. Yeah, so this imprisoned fight, you do have to climb all the way up. Oh yeah, and these doors too. You can do the perfect door thing.
Oh, but yeah, you want to be in the center then.
Yep.
Makes sense.
Yeah, the only exception to the perfect door thing is like dungeon doors. Dungeon doors that Link uses 2 hands to open, or no hands.
Because he can like pull them up at any point.
Yeah. And you can be at any position too.
Yeah.
And now we're once again in cutscenes.
Yay.
Yeah, there's a lot of cutscenes in this run.
Be curious to know what the, like, total time spent in loading and cutscenes is versus gameplay for this run.
I think Beast did a video on that, but I don't think he did one on No Bit. Maybe he did.
Yeah, he did Skyward Sword HD, but there's
Yeah.
significantly
Yeah,
less
Skyward Sword
loading
HD
and
is, like-
cutscenes.
Yeah, Skyward Sword HD is like 45 seconds faster in text and cutscenes and loads.
You mean 45 minutes?
Oh yeah, 45 minutes. It'd be nice if it was 45 seconds.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be nice for Wii, not nice for HD.
Yeah, it's quite amazing, like, how many cutscenes there are in this game, despite the fact that you can already skip over an hour of, like, the game's total cutscenes.
Yeah.
But I think part of
The
that is
text being
just
slow adds to that.
right. I was gonna say part of that is just the text not being instant.
Like,
And
for
then
this one
also-
split, I probably beat the HD record by, like, maybe, I don't know, 20 seconds beating Prison 2, and then lose another, like, minute and a half here. So, that's about how it goes.
And also just the loading taking Wii loading times.
Yeah, Switch 2 is, like, instant, basically.
That is true. Link did just go back in time. I don't know if this category
so, we're
name
headed
is
off
accurate.
to Skykeep now, right?
Well, you know, we
Yep.
have the Song of the Hero quest first, but
True.
unless
Yeah,
you
we're
found
definitely gonna
some
complete that.
unless you found some secret way to get to Skykeep early, that would be interesting.
Yeah, a secret third Stone of Trials.
Just use the magma mids and, bury yourself in.
Yeah, this time we're even farther away from the loading zone. Yeah, but this section of the run is probably has the most cutscenes.
Now we have to go learn in quotes the spiral charge.
Yeah,
So
we're
that we
definitely
can-
gonna complete that tutorial.
Yeah, so that we
Yes,
can
very
go
important.
fight Levias. And then Levias will then actually give us access to the Song of the Hero quest. Remember in old speedruns before we knew about reverse bit magic, but we knew about early Thunderhead. Ironically,
Yeah,
we Due to early Thunderhead, Gapora would be positioned incorrectly there, and the camera would just have Link talking to a bookcase.
Yeah.
Yeah, like on this split alone, HD would probably save 2 minutes. That's how fast the text is.
Yeah, so Professor Owlin here is gonna try to give us a tutorial on how to do the spiral charge.
Mm-hmm.
And instead we're gonna be like, nah, we already know how to do this. We just kind of want to leave.
He was not smart enough to throw us into the sky immediately.
Yeah. They actually made it pretty hard to skip this tutorial, so we're gonna have to do some tricks to get around that.
By saying, no, I don't want this tutorial.
Yeah, so
then,
first
yeah.
we cancel it, and then we enter this cave for some reason. And yes, bonking to get your speed to 0.
It's bonking.
It's actually faster too because it's on a downhill slope. So if you break lid and then did C up, you would lose speed because it's a downhill slope. So we're gonna pull a bomb and talk to him. The bomb is just gonna have enough time to not blow up.
Yes, I want the tutorial. Oh no, I'm dead. I can't do the tutorial anymore.
So specifically, if you die off the edge there, it'll respawn you just at your last entrance instead of at the tutorial still.
Yeah, and the reason we're going up here is because if we went to the other platform, we would activate the tutorial. As you can see, we have the music, but we're not going to actually do the
Nice
tutorial.
tutorial music.
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't
You
hear
know,
it in the
let
lofting ceremony, so.
Gotta hear it now. The loading zones to the sky there get very strange when you're in that state. I know it, like, used to pose a problem. I mean, the most recent 100% route, I think, has ways around it now. But it used to pose a problem for 100% routing if you tried to do this. Just because a lot
Yeah.
of loading zones would become problematic.
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
because they figured you could just dive to like the other side of Skyloft before calling your bird. They took that into account. Shoutouts
Another
to the
long string of text.
Yeah. Also, shoutouts to the, in quotes, Breath of the Wild cooking sound effect that was actually from this game.
Yep.
Very smart positioning of the camera there, because I don't think the pumpkin logically fits out going in that direction.
Yeah, up the bar.
Yeah.
It's a bit tight.
But Zelda games are always full of smart camera tricks like that, so...
Yeah.
You just drill a hole in the ceiling and then put it back together.
I mean, when Link pulls out his sword, he's going through the scabbard each time, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. Get to use multiple zippers on this path to the Thunderhead.
Oh.
Yeah. I think Spiral Charge has faster speed, but it takes longer to recharge. Well, not to recharge, to do the attack itself. But I'm not actually sure if it's faster than the normal dash.
Yeah, it wouldn't it's not like you can choose between the two. However, the Spiral Charge does allow you to fly through tornadoes.
Yeah. I don't think that was intentional, because the timing's pretty precise, right?
I guess at regular non-rando speeds, I don't think it's that bad.
Yeah, and I think it also kind of looks like the tornado gets dissipated when you do it, so it seems kind of like an intentional mechanic to.
I don't know how the
Dispel
love would
that.
do it, but
Yeah.
Sure.
powerful.
There's a face plant.
Yep. Yeah, so that saved time over using sailcloth.
Alright, let's see this fight.
Yeah, this is definitely the craziest boss fight. So, we're first going to position ourselves so we can fly directly onto Phylocyte's head, or I guess Levi's head. Then we can do an SD exclusive glitch to activate the parasite, even though you're not supposed to. And since he isn't loaded, he's invisible. So, we're basically just fighting him without seeing anything. And this is very precise. To do it this fast, at least. And more spin attack cancels. And now we just use 4 charged shots and he's dead.
nice.
That's
And before the fight completed, I had to do some RNG manipulation. Where Levias spawns after this cutscene is random, and I think it might be based on where he was before you kill him, but basically we're going to try to get him as close as possible to the exit. Because normally he can be all the way across the map.
Yeah, usually for RTA runs, we route in a Death Warp here after Levias because usually a Death Warp is faster compared to wherever you spawn, but as we can see here, the exit is right there, so a Death Warp is not faster than the closest possible spawn.
Yeah, I think this was 5 seconds faster than Death Warping. And Death Warping will also use bombs, which would not be good for this route, because I'd have to pick them up later.
I'm kind of surprised it's only 5 seconds.
Yeah,
I feel like Death Warping, especially with the routing you have to do, be a little bit more annoying, but
it saved 5 seconds over exiting. I don't know about the routing.
For the Song of the Hero quest.
Yep. So, for some reason, we're going to start with Lanayru first. What's that all about?
Linear is the longest one, so we want to get it out of the way first.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, that seems about right.
Also, part of the Linear quest does require you to then go to Farron. So clearly, you should be able to combine it with doing Tad Tones then.
Yeah, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, the game wouldn't do anything to prevent that.
No. Because for some reason, everything else is just deactivated when you do one thing, basically. Just like in real life, everything else just stops when you do one thing.
If you can't see something, it's frozen in real life.
Exactly, yeah.
Something simulation theory. Yeah, so I'm not sure.
I had to pick up some bombs there for routing reasons.
Yeah, what was the... Or I guess I forget what the... what is it? The trigger for getting this layer of caves. Is it just talking to Levias?
Yes.
I want to say so, yeah.
Okay.
It is talking to Levi's.
So this is a new trick I found. So if you throw a bomb in a specific way, you actually have enough time to shoot it with an arrow.
Very nice.
To skip using the hook beetle. So that's another way I found to skip the hook beetle.
And now you use it to get a key.
Yep.
If only it were actually faster to upgrade to Quick Beetle.
It would be pretty close, actually, I think. If you could route it before LMF, it would probably be faster.
Yeah, but getting Hook Beetle in Linear Desert would make that pretty out of the way, unfortunately.
Yeah. Because Hook Beetle probably saves like 20 seconds at the final room in LMF.
Yeah.
Or Fast
Also-
Beetle, rather.
Also, welcome to the auto-scroller, mostly.
Yep. There are some ways to speed it up, which I did. I also did a lot of swag. Need some rupees, I think. Just gonna get some.
Yeah, we gotta go buy that air potion later.
Just to be sure, yeah.
Oh, that's nice. Definitely gonna need that.
Let's go, very important, yeah. For the upgrades.
I'm pretty sure that's like the rarest drop you can get from an enemy too.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Oh.
That's funny.
And for some reason, if you step on the switch on the first frame, it disappears during the cutscene.
Oh.
And so that void out there saves like 3 seconds, I think. Because it spawns the minecart closer. Gonna roll into this guy. That's the same mechanic as bomb pushing. Except you can't push him. Yeah, I made sure to mess around a lot during this.
Where will Link go next?
And I'm gonna jump on top of the cart, because
Oh.
why not? That is super precise. Do not try that RTA, it will not. This one too is extraordinarily. That one was so precise that if I just jumped down normally, I would void out, so I had to land on that little thing and slide onto it.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that would make sense.
And now I can play the harp.
Now we don't have to worry about climbing on vines.
Yep.
This is like the true auto-scroller experience. This is more auto-scroller
Yeah,
even
wow.
than the actual intended strategy.
Yep. I actually found it on accident.
Well,
It's the same way we did in LMF, where you could stand on top of the minecart, but it's extremely precise because if you're not over a void, or if you're over a void for a certain number of frames, you'll just void out. So
Yeah.
I had to make sure I'm like directly on top of it. And another void out. Save some time. And I did it again.
Go, little beetle, fly free.
Yeah, I gotta make up for the times I skipped earlier.
Yeah.
I don't really like these keys, so I think I'm gonna get rid of one.
I'm surprised,
better.
like, Link turning to track the beetle didn't make you fall off.
Yeah.
that's true, yeah.
Well, I'm so far on top of it that it's actually
Yeah, I
pretty
guess.
clean.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's if you're not on the side of it, but on the very top.
Yeah.
So,
Alright, so I'm gonna just go here. I don't think I can make it. It is possible to get over there with brake sliding and use the whip, but you'll drown in the quicksand because you don't have enough stamina.
Yeah.
But I will be able to do some brake sliding here. This just respawns the minecart closer again. This one saves a lot more time though. Actually, I think I got a quick. I got
yeah.
a quick whip there, and here too.
It's unfortunate that
Not that it really
because you have to
matters.
wait.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Very important that we got it there. Saves so much time. Oh yeah. Also, Link is invincible during backflips.
Yep.
You can't really break slide up a slanted sand slope for some reason. You actually have to be running. It won't give you any speed if you break slide up that.
That's interesting.
You
I guess,
actually
yeah,
have to pull the
'cause-
thing twice because I didn't pull it while it was in the past.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess the slope thing, is nice.
Took him out personally.
Nice long jump attack. It'd be really funny if the Centrobe could take out the eye portion of the Beamos.
Yeah. I wonder if that's possible. Could be. Daunting him. And then I'm gonna clip out of bounds here, because why not? Another Beetle Bomb trick. Yeah, so we can really do whatever we want now, because the cutscene is triggered when the minecart reaches a certain point.
Now that the auto scroller is over, we get a cutscene.
Yep. Very fitting. I actually had to do a first-person brake slide because that robot was in the way. But if I RNG manipulated him, he wouldn't be. So, could have saved a frame or two.
Yes, now we have to go get the life tree seedling, because we have to eventually give the life tree fruit to the Thunder Dragon to heal him.
Oh yeah, and if you jump while a sand slope is beneath you, your jump speed will be reduced a lot, which is kind of annoying here.
Hmm.
Honestly, I've heard like anecdotally that like if you perform an extending blow in like linear desert and your path takes you over quicksand, you will like noticeably slow down.
Yeah, so here's where I said you could detonate a bomb frame perfectly, but he would talk to you from all the way across the map how you die.
Oh,
So yeah, had to just die there. And dying in the void is faster than dying on land. So that's why I went over there.
to fly all the way back to Farron to put the life tree seedling in the past and get the life tree fruit in the present.
Wonder what the road's gonna be like after this. Seems we did this pretty out of order.
Oh no, we went back in time again. Darn it.
Ah.
SMH my head.
Yeah, I mean, if we had 2 bit uses, we should have used it better than like this, you know?
Yeah.
Very unoptimal.
I don't think it's possible to access TAD tones without going through Imp 3.
Yeah, you can't.
I know that there's,
Well-
like, technically there's an out-of-bounds wrong warp that can fling you to TAD tones, but the map is, like, the inside Great Tree map isn't in the right state.
Yeah.
Alright, who's ready for the last flying section of the run?
Whoa.
Oh, don't we have the other Song of the Hero
Yeah,
stuff
no,
to
what
do?
about the, yeah, you get to
We're just gonna...
Prison 3 and headtones and all that.
Yeah, I think Jim forgot that you need like multiple pieces of the Song of the Hero to be an actual hero, not just one.
Yeah, it's been
Oh.
too long
Yeah.
since he's run on this category.
Yeah, I always start with 2 Song of the Hero pieces in rando. My bad.
That's fair, that's fair.
Yeah. And how are you gonna get to the trial without flying?
So coming up is probably the biggest sequence break of this run.
I think it's by far the biggest sequence
Yeah.
break. Yeah. One could argue the
Taking almost
only
all
huge
categories.
sequence break. Yeah, in some regards, you can think of this speed run as how fast can we reach Leneru Gorge?
Yeah, that's kind
Linear
of
Gorge.
RTA and in percent too.
In a state that you can complete it in. Because if back in time you can get past layer 0, but not so much in a bit.
Yep. There would be a way to get here with no bits, with push teleport, unfortunately.
Oh, or like Amplus Rocket.
Yeah, push teleport is cooler.
Fair enough.
I think it's a tie for both.
There's a good tie, I guess. One is just way harder though than the other.
Yeah, so unique benefit of hero mode is that you have access to all of the late game boss rush fights because you already fought them in normal mode. So there happens to be a peculiar thing about this fight in particular. Yeah, we're going to get the Hylian shield.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Oh, what? Yeah, what's
But
with all
has
this
desync.
waiting?
Ah, that's very unlucky.
Has desync.
Yeah.
God.
I don't even know why I'm waiting here. That's weird.
Oh
Very
wait,
unlucky.
you gotta knock him off before you.
Okay,
Gets
okay.
back up.
Well, it's kind of working a little bit. Maybe we can just let it run for a bit.
Whoa, what's that?
Okay.
Yeah, you're getting pretty high up there.
Is he getting higher, or is the lower platform getting lower?
Hmm.
It's an optical illusion.
Backflip there to get closer to it. You're gonna see something really weird right here. I don't know why this happened.
Oh!
Yeah,
I think if
don't
the
know
platform
why
gets
this
too
happened.
far away from
Yeah,
him, just
and yeah, yeah, and that was purely visual. Link's position wasn't changing for some reason. And now we're gonna jump slash down and activate the final bird statue.
I see, even snuck past the platform.
Yep, that was very precise to get that jump slash. So that's Gearhead 3 escape.
Yep.
yeah, so basically the
Essentially-
minigame state gets interrupted by saving quitting out of the game. So we're not in a minigame state anymore, but we're still locked behind the fence here. But not anymore. Now
Yep,
we're locked behind
and
this fence.
We can do a very convenient scene
but
clip here.
Not anymore.
Very nice that that works.
Yeah, it's very nice that both of them just barely work.
Now the fight's gonna
Yeah.
look a little trippy.
Yep.
Link
So
is
the reason-
gonna.
I'm doing
Seem-
first-person break slides because if I targeted, it would target Gearham even though he's all the way at the top of the
yeah,
arena.
like
The
you're
radius is
target all over.
absolutely, absolutely enormous in this fight for some reason.
I would call it infinite, even.
Yeah, like the camera just pans out to the entirety of the map if you target him at the bottom. So we void out from below because his void out trigger is above us. And we're gonna ending below him and get over the fence.
Stab him in the leg.
Yep. And we do a little optimization there by hanging off the ledge. That just lets him get up sooner. I think it saves like a second.
Platform trying its best to get back to the center, but we're just knocking
Yeah.
it back.
If you're
Just
not
too
careful
fast.
here, if you're not careful here, it can move so fast that like again it's momentarily floating.
Yeah.
You can't reach.
Yeah. Yeah, so I had to make sure I spawned him high up enough so I could actually hit him off the fence.
So the symbol on the floor here is the one that was used to seal in Prison 2.
Mm-hmm. Prison 3 is just a myth. You wretched rat.
Do some more spin attack cancels. And he's dead.
Nice.
Nice.
Now we have Demise.
But we forgot our B-wheel item. How can we defeat him?
Oh no, yeah, we don't have Bugnet.
What a shame. You better not mess
Amp.
this up because we're kind of permanently stuck here in the past.
That's
So
true,
for the first
yeah.
phase, we're gonna do 2 slashes and a spin attack. And then we're gonna do some more spin attack cancels. Very fast.
Must be very surprising for Demise to get absolutely stumped.
Disappointed by the lack of claw shots.
Yeah. Sadly, it's lower. And time.
GG's.
GG.
4:15:31. That was also just a wild second phase of hitting him down before the
Yeah.
lightning came onto him.
Yeah, that was a strat Cathaldo, who's an IL runner, came up with.
Oh yeah.
I think it saves 3 seconds. But yeah, that's Skyward Sword any percent no bit.
depending on how you
Sadly,
think
not
of bit.
faster than
2-bit. But yeah, no back in time the glitch.
yeah.
Yeah, which is already a bad name for the glitch, but you know.
Well, it's what we have.
It's a no reset run.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, that
Can't even call
was very impressive to watch. I had a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's very fun to see the brake sliding.
Yep.
Just being around corners, charging your sword, using items while brake sliding. So very fancy.
And a TAS always ends on the final input, so that's why we're skipping all the cutscenes. And that's it.
Nice. You can't even call it no save and quit because the last trick involved a save and quit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yeah. Get rid of the mini game.
Yeah, we
Stay.
would have had to go 40 minutes out of our way to not save and quit there.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Do you know what the re-record count was?
It was 277,954.
Jesus.
Ooh.
So not too high in terms of 3D Zelda TASes, but
Yeah, and I guess considering how long the run is, like,
yeah.
with a 4-hour run, you're obviously going to have just more re-records than like a 30-minute run or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, so through the making of this TAS, I learned like how to optimize things better, and later on, I think I used more re-records in Sandship alone than the first like hour. So yeah.
Yeah, that kind of just happens where as you learn more of the complex nuances, suddenly everything gets more complex and takes more time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone here has any final thoughts or comments. I think this task was great. Be looking forward to anything else you make in the future, Ben.
Thank you.
100%, yes.
Yeah, I guess admittedly, I don't know anyone else who, at least currently, is tassing Skyward Sword who has any plans of doing future tasks.
Yeah. Yeah, this was quite a big project. We might see 100% TAS someday. I can't guarantee it though. I don't have enough knowledge on back in time to do it right now.
Yeah, I mean, I
So-
don't know. I don't know if there's any like real task specific stuff that like, or like any task specific back in times that would be super helpful. I guess maybe you could, if like bed trick saves 5 seconds, you could throw that in somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Well, thanks for showing it off on your channel. Very
Yeah,
nice.
of course. I imagine you have at least the non-commentary version on your YouTube channel.
Yeah, I have a non-overlay and a version that I will make public right now.
Nice. Yeah, if you want to post the links to those in chat, that would be good. Not every day a new 4-hour Zelda task comes out.
Yeah. Yeah, so considering the length of this, it only took me 4.5 months, so it probably could have been optimized a little more. Like really the second half of the run is when it starts getting really crazy.
Yeah.
But,
And again, that's just what happens as you task something more over time, so I think that's not too surprising. Also, that's true. If today's pattern holds, then tomorrow there will be another 4-hour Zelda task that comes out.
true.
That's true.
All right, well, I made the videos public.
Alright. So yeah,
Post them in the
everyone
chat.
be sure to check out Ben's YouTube channel. You can see the previous like Skyward Sword TASs he's made there as well.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess Pepper, Yao, you all or either of you have any final comments?
Thank you for allowing us to be here and commentating with you. It was a lot
Yeah.
of fun.
Yeah, thank you for commentating. It's very nice.
Great to get to see it all strung together.
Yeah, I was really excited to make this because the previous any percent tasks basically skipped the whole game.
Yeah.
So we didn't really have an image
Well.
how this task would look like without bit. So pretty cool.
Yeah, and I think the final difference between this and the current record is like over a half hour.
Yep, I think it's 29 minutes.
Okay, 29 minutes. Yeah. For like you mentioned earlier, especially for like a run that's mostly glitchless, right? Saving 29 minutes over the record is pretty insane.
Yeah, and that's not saying the record is bad. It's really good. It's just that's the beauty of TAS.
That's the beauty of brake sliding everywhere.
Yeah, if I had to guess,
Getting to do lava hop.
yeah, if I had to guess, brake sliding probably saved around 5 minutes, maybe 6.
Yeah, because I mean the individual trick that probably saved the most time was just the Earth Temple ball rolling section skip. That's like TAS only.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything else to say. Everyone, once again, go check out Ben's YouTube channel. Give some love to the other TASs, and I guess if you make anything else that you want to show off in the future, we can do that again.
Yeah, for sure.
Yay.
Yeah, work on all dungeons starts tomorrow.
Yeah.
Ooh.
But yeah, so I think that is going to be it for us, everyone. Hope that you all have a wonderful day. I'm not sure where we'll upload the commentary version. Probably either Ben's channel or my channel, and the VOD will still be up on Twitch just for a while, of course. So, yeah. Thank you guys for watching, and I will, or I guess not I, we will see you all later. And I don't have an outro screen, so I'm just gonna mute all the mics, and then that's it. So, bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
See ya.